Uh, Good morning, everyone. I am Matt Fruman, Ward 3 Council Member and Chairperson of the Committee on Human Services. Today is Thursday, June 5th, 2025. We are meeting in person in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 10:05. I am not currently joined by any colleagues, but I will be joined by different colleagues as the morning goes on. Today, we are conducting the second of two budget oversight hearings on the Department of Human Services, or DHS. In FY24, DHS spent more than $1 billion, overspending its $850 million budget by 20%. As of April 15th, halfway through the fiscal year, DHS has already spent more than 69% of its $884 million budget. In tough economic times, it's going to be very hard for the district to keep spending at that level, with nearly 54 million in reductions. The mayor's proposed budget acknowledges that reality. Considering the shrinking pool of resources, creating pathways to financial independence is more urgent than ever. Today, I will be digging into how DHS can do its part. Together, we need to identify initiatives that effectively connect residents to opportunity, invest in those programs, and take advantage of efficiencies wherever we can. As we locate efficiencies, we also need to ensure that cuts don't leave our most vulnerable residents behind. The proposed Budget Support Act, or BSA, includes several subtitles that impact residents who are struggling to get by. There are a lot of fundamental changes in the legislation, and this is a time where we really need to tread carefully and make sure that we fully understand all of the implications of the proposed changes on the table. Today, DHS will make the case for why the changes proposed in the BSA are necessary. I look forward to hearing what facts required making big changes now through the budget rather than through the ordinary course of legislation and hearings. I also need to hear more about how the proposed budget, including the BSA, prepares residents for independence, supports residents as they transition off of public benefits, and creates more reliable, financially sustainable housing options. The residents served by DHS deserve no less. I have just a few notes on logistics. First, near the end of the day today, we may have to recess the hearing and continue it at a later date, potentially next Thursday. We presented the agency with a lot of pre-hearing questions and detailed pre-hearing questions, and we are determined to do this process as thoroughly as possible. We have not gotten the responses yet, and it may well be that we need to pick up the hearing once we get those responses and follow up on any questions that are left on the table in light of those responses. In the meantime, as we go through the day today, council members will have 10 minutes each to ask a round of questions, and I will generally turn to my colleagues in the order in which they will arrive. It's going to be a little bit, we're trying to choreograph this to be as convenient as possible for my colleagues. So everybody's got hearings today. So once we get into the rhythm of it during the day, it'll be in the order that folks arrive. Probably will be that way now. But the plan is Councilmember White is here. He will go first. The hope is that Councilmember Nadeau will come around 10:30 and will have questions that she wants to ask. She will then go and spell Councilmember Henderson, who's chairing a hearing at the same time, and she will come down. And then my expectation is we may see Zachary Parker around 11:30, just to give you a heads up. But for now, I will turn to Councilmember White, should he have opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Fruman. I have no remarks, just questions, and appreciate you helping to coordinate during this busy time.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We will now hear from AD Rachel Pierre, Interim Director of the Department of Human Services. Interim Director Pierre will be joined by Tanya Mortensen, the agency's Chief Operating Officer, and by Hayden Bernard, the agency Fiscal Officer. You have now joined us at the table. It is the practice of this committee to place our government witnesses under oath. I would invite all the government witnesses, including staff in the audience who might testify later, to raise their right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Human Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Interim Director Pierre, if you would begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Fruman, committee members, council staff, and members of the community. I am Rachel Pierre, Interim Director of the DC Department of Human Services. As you mentioned, I am joined today by Hayden Bernard, our agency fiscal officer, and Tanya Mortensen, our chief operating officer. I am pleased to testify before you today regarding the department's fiscal year 26 proposed budget. Last week, Mayor Bowser shared her budget proposal for the upcoming fiscal year, Grow DC, a bold, proactive growth agenda that addresses the challenges facing the district by advancing solutions that strengthens DC's long-term economic outlook while maintaining critical programs and services. Investment in human services comprised more than 20% of the overall fiscal year 26 budget proposal, a testament to the mayor's steadfast commitment to supporting families and individuals throughout the district. The proposed DHS budget focuses on continued investment in core services that have demonstrated measurable success, while at the same time right-sizing program costs and driving efficiencies to meet the moment of our changing economy. Despite fiscal pressures, the mayor made intentional choices to protect DHS programs that support district residents who are experiencing housing, food, and cash insecurities. Every decision made in the proposed budget required trade-offs, balancing fiscal constraints with the need to safeguard core services. As we continue to navigate the current economic landscape, our focus remains on making and sustaining investments that move district residents towards greater stability. My testimony today will share how DHS is advancing Grow DC by recalibrating spending to align resources for long-term sustainability and changing the trajectory of programs to ensure that they are here to serve district residents now and future generations. As Mayor Bowser emphasized during her budget presentation, the District of Columbia has the most generous and most comprehensive homeless services system in the region. That's because over the last 10 years, the mayor has made homelessness services a major priority. From transforming the district's families' homeless system to increasing investment in housing, outreach, prevention, diversion, and supportive case management, we are seeing results. As a matter of fact, this year's point-in-time count, which showed an overall 9% decrease in homelessness in the district, is a clear indicator that our investment in homeless services are moving the needle in the right direction. Despite this challenging fiscal environment, homeless services remain a major priority. The proposed DHS budget for fiscal year 26 invests an additional $18.9 million to support the continuum of care. Our low barrier shelters for individuals experiencing homelessness will continue to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, offering meals, case management, and connections to housing services, including Project Reconnect, Rapid Rehousing, and DC Flex for individuals. We also know physical spaces matter when it comes to delivering homeless services. The proposed budget includes $107.5 million for capital investments in the single adult homeless system over 5 years. The funds will be used to enhance and develop safe, dignified, and quality shelters that promote the well-being of our neighbors experiencing homelessness. These investments include $57.5 million for the redevelopment of the federal city shelter in partnership with the Community for Creative Nonviolence, also known as CCNV. An additional $43 million to replace the New York Avenue Men's Shelter, $5 million to renovate the Naylor Road Shelter, and an additional $2 million in small capital projects. In the coming months, we will deliver another non-congregate bridge housing program similar to the Aston and Foggy Bottom. This one will be at 25 East Street Northwest that will provide 190 year-round beds for adult-only families, couples, and other individuals who cannot be effectively served in a low-barrier shelter system. Turning to homelessness among families. Since 2015, when Mayor Bowser entered office, we have transformed the way we support families experiencing homelessness in the district and built a robust system of care. This system of care offers access to safe, supportive, dignified shelter through our short-term family housing programs. We've invested in interventions and homelessness prevention programs that have successfully prevented a shelter stay for more than 13,000 district residents. We've reduced homelessness in the district among families by 61% over the last 10 years. We have assisted thousands of families in their transition from shelter to stable housing through the Family Rehousing Stabilization Program, known as FRSP. FRSP, which has helped reduce the average numbers of days a family stayed in shelter from 200 days in 2015 to 90 days in less than 2025. As you know, FRSP is a time-limited program that has been historically used as a progressive engagement tool, focusing on ending an episode of homelessness for families. However, with the end of COVID-19 era provision that shifted program priorities, FRSP in its current form is not fiscally sustainable as the only exit pathways from shelter for the families that we serve. The proposed fiscal year 26 budget diversifies exit pathways from family shelter and expands options that allow us to better tailor housing interventions based on the unique circumstances of each family, including DC Flex, the Homeless Prevention Program. We will no longer have a one-size-fits-all approach from transitioning families from homelessness. The proposed budget also includes $7.6 million for permanent supportive housing for approximately 156 families, offering more options that allows families to create an exit path that is sustainable in the long term and prevents a return to homelessness. We have heard from the families we serve that they want better options. We're listening, and we are shifting to make the necessary changes. The growth agenda proposed by Mayor Bowser recognizes the changes in the economy that are occurring now and the impact they will have on the future of our city. We are facing challenges that force us to look at alternatives to continuing and compounding local expenses, even within our economic stability and safety net programs. It is more critical than ever that we continue to invest opportunities for individuals and families to engage and grow. This budget maintains $18.9 million for the Career Map pilot program to continue to support 500 families in advancing their career goals and increase earnings while offsetting the loss of benefits as they improve their income. In partnership with the DC Lab, we are evaluating the impact of this 5-year pilot program, which is yielding promising results in its 3rd year of implementation. We continue to embrace the 2-gen approach to our Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program, TANF. Through our new family choice models, families participating in TANF have more ways to engage to improve their economic stability. Families can now work directly with DHS, with a provider, or independently to establish their career goals and find employment. Also, by expanding qualified activities for program requirements, we're able to meet families where they are in their career journey. Our local TANF program expenses have grown, however, 48% since 2020, and we are forecasted to grow by another 56.4 million over the next 4 years. This level of growth is unsustainable given the current fiscal environment. While DC's TANF program has historically provided cash assistance well above the federal guidelines, this proposed budget includes right-sizing measures to bring the program in line with revenue projection. In fiscal year 26, we will be increasing the reduction in benefits from 6% to 25% for families not in compliance with TANF engagement requirements. And we will be suspending the cost of living adjustment for TANF benefits. We will also be aligning our local program more closely with federal guidelines by stepping down benefits for families that have received TANF for more than 60 months, beginning in 2027. While we know, beginning in fiscal year 27. While we know this may create hardship for many households, the district remains firmly committed to helping families transition from support programs to jobs and careers that help them obtain economic mobility. DHS will continue to closely monitor changes being considered at the federal level to the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, known as SNAP, and potential impacts to district residents who depend on those critical services. The proposed fiscal year 26 budget maintains the local SNAP supplement program, and that ensures that each household participating in SNAP receives a minimum of $30. The district understands the importance of SNAP and TANF programs, SNAP and TANF, and providing critical support to food insecure families and serving as an essential protective factor for children. We understand that these decisions have real implications for the families already struggling to make ends meet, and we stand committed to ensuring that families are not left without pathways to stability. Investment in workforce development, job training, and supports will continue to provide opportunities for families to transition from public assistance to sustainable careers. To support our young people and their families, our Youth Services Division is positively engaging with youth who are at risk and connecting them to programs that enrich their lives and promote meaningful outcomes. YSD programs, including Parent and Adolescent Support Services, PASS, Strengthening Teens, Enriching Parents, STEP, Alternative to Court Experience, ACE, and the Teen Parent Assessment Program, TPAP, have a consistent history of improving school attendance rates and reducing incidents of rearrest. This fiscal year, DHS launched the Truancy Reduction Pilot Program that provides rapid family engagement and tailored services to reduce barriers to school attendance. Early results from the pilot have been promising, with attendance improving and most young people that have completed the program. We are excited that the fiscal year 26 invests $7.1 million to continue to growing these initiatives. We'll continue expanding the program and with additional case managers to support the demand for services and drive down truancy rates. We'll also see the pilot expand into more high schools and select middle schools, and we'll work to identify new schools with our partners at DC Public Schools and Charter Schools leadership. In closing, the mayor's proposed fiscal year 26 budget, Grow DC, ensures that resources are aligned with our growth agenda to create economic activity, keep families in the district, and create new jobs for district residents. We want the families we serve to engage and benefit from Grow DC, and we will work diligently with Mayor Bowser, this administration, this council, and community stakeholders to meet the challenges ahead. I really want to take this time also to acknowledge the exceptional work and dedication of my team at DHS. These compassionate professionals work tirelessly to ensure that district residents have access to the support they need, and I thank each and every one of them for their hard work. This concludes my testimony. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Interim Director Pierre. We'll turn first to Councilmember.
Thank you so much, Chairman Fruman. Thank you, Director Pierre, and to your team, including everyone in the agency. You all are doing now what you've been doing for a number of years, which is a lot of work with very vulnerable populations. So I appreciate everything you all are doing. This is a tough time, so we do have to make some tough decisions. And one of the things I want to do is understand the reasoning behind and the projections forward for some of the decisions that the agency is proposing. Let me start with ERAP, or the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The mayor is proposing, and the agency is proposing $5 million for fiscal year 26. Last fiscal year, we had 26 million. We went through that in seconds. The year before that, we had 60 million. We went through that in seconds. So this reduction seems like it's going to have a pretty significant impact. The talking point is that this is a return to pre-pandemic levels, which is a different way of looking at it than need. What's your assessment of the need for ERAP?
Thank you, council member. So I just want to make one correction that it is returning to pre-pandemic level. The pre-pandemic level was actually $8 million. Currently, and our budget is $5 million. It will be corrected in the errata, so it will go back to $8 million. What we do know is that during the COVID era, there was over $350 million that the district received for emergency rental assistance. We just cannot continue to provide services at that level. As you mentioned, and we have to make trade-offs, and the trade-offs are difficult. We want to make sure that we focus ERAP for the residents for whom, if not ERAP, would come into the homeless services system. So it is a decrease from last year. I think last year we had a one-time enhancement of 21 million, so that's no longer there. And then the budget does go back to pre-pandemic levels.
So do you think that 8 million covers the need for the people who can avoid eviction with the ERAP funding?
Yes, it will. We will make sure that it covers the need for the people, if not whom, for ERAP, who would get evicted and see themselves in the homeless services system.
Okay. And once people become homeless, it costs a lot more for the district to assist. And so you are confident that this is the right number to prevent homelessness or people losing their homes who should qualify for ERAP.
So ERAP is only one part of our homelessness prevention program. We have investments in homeless prevention, and we do know that it works. So the folks who come to Virginia Williams, and not all would be assessed for ERAP, and sometimes homeless prevention program is a more comprehensive and efficient ways to help families come and award a shelter stay. So we'll continue to assess families for the best services of the best eligible intervention. And in some cases, it could be ERAP, but many cases, it's actually the homeless prevention program, which is
But
more.
weren't those programs in place while ERAP was at a higher level?
Yes, ERAP, those programs were in place, yes. HPP was implemented, I believe, in 2017 or 2018.
Okay. On TANF, what is the instituting? So there's a funding cut, and the district will start instituting a local time limit and increasing the penalties for families for failing to meet a work requirement for adults. What is this meant to do? What's this change for DC meant to do?
So as I mentioned, council member, our local ERAP program is on trajectory to grow by $56 million in the next 4 years, which is just unsustainable. As you also know, that you may know, is that the ERAP, TANF is a block grant, and we have not seen any increase in this grant since 1997. In order to ensure that that TANF can continue to be here for future families, it was important that we establish some time limits. The time limit, so starting in 2027, families who have been receiving TANF for over 60 months, we'll see a gradual fall in their benefits. So it won't be a sharp drop. We provide many opportunities for families to engage in our TANF program. TANF only works if families engage.
Mhm.
We've also implemented a 2-gen program that really allows families to have many other opportunities to engage. That in the level of engagement, the activities that count as engagement for our local TANF programs are far beyond the ones that count as engagement in our federal program. So we want to make sure that families engage. So we
How will
believe.
you measure success or lack thereof in this change?
So we want to see families engaged. We know that last year we looked at our outcomes and we realized that for different reasons, families were not engaging, and it was very hard for families.
But are you going to measure the number of folks who start working, for instance?
Yes, we measure those. Yeah, so
Okay.
we have performance-based, contracts. We measure the number of folks
So
who engage.
next year, we'll be able to discuss with you what employment for adults in TANF look like this current fiscal year and so far next. current-
Absolutely. And it's our hope that with the changes that we implemented, not just increasing the penalty, but also last year we totally revamped the tenant TEP program to allow more opportunities for families to engage. And we do believe that those changes will yield to better outcomes for the families.
Similar question around career map. Um, Career Map began as a pilot with federal dollars, ARPA dollars. Um, the mayor and DHS is proposing to enhance it. How do you measure success of Career Map, and why the enhancement in that program?
Sure. So it's a correction. It's actually not an enhancement. Career Map in 18.9 million of the Career Map was actually showing up in an ESA budget. It was embedded in other programs. So this change in its own line item is just to create more transparency. So it's just a change in the budget book. It actually does not enhance the program. So
No.
it's just a
Okay.
continuation of the 500 families that we continue to have in the program.
Okay, and how is the program doing?
It's in its 3rd year of a 5-year pilot. We continue to work with LabDC to research, and the preliminary results look promising.
What does that mean?
It means that families are engaging. We do know that in the base year, many families had some housing instability, but now families are engaging. So we're seeing that the program is working as they're growing in their income. We are able to offset some of the loss of benefits. So
Do you measure specific things like income growth, jobs, anything?
absolutely jobs, vocational participation, and so forth. So
Can you share some detailed metrics on that program with the committee or to me through the committee?
Sure. So we're happy to do a briefing if this is something that you'd be interested in under Career Map program. Is that your
Okay.
question?
Well, no, send me the
Okay.
data
Okay.
that lets us know that it's working or
Sure.
not working.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And then if we need to do a briefing further, we'll do that.
We can definitely do that, council member.
Let me turn to shelters. I'm excited about rebuilding New York Avenue shelter. Very much needed. Until that happens, though, it does exist now in its current state, and I hear a lot of concerns about safety and other conditions there, including sometimes just being in the neighborhood and talking to folks who stay in the shelter. I also hear some pretty consistent concerns around how they are treated, which is something we need to focus on. But between now and when the New York Avenue shelter comes on board, and also for Harriet Tubman, what are you doing to address safety issues there?
Thank you, council member. And please, if you hear any safety concerns, please reach out to my office, because we will make sure that we're also aware of it and respond in real time. We have security. We have a standard of security officers in all of our shelters. We continue to, we have opportunity for, escalation if clients don't feel safe. I have not heard in recent incidents happening in New York Avenue, but we do know that this is not a standard that we want in our shelters, and that's why the mayor's invested money in our budget to replace New York Avenue. But like any of our, site security and safety of our residents in our shelter is our main priority, and we'll just continue to address and pivot for any issues that may come up.
Okay, well, I will say I haven't checked with my staff, but I haven't heard safety concerns
Okay.
in the past several months. Doesn't mean they're not coming, but I'm not aware of them right now. So thank you for anything you all are doing to address it. I
Absolutely.
have heard concern about just respect for the people living there. So I'd ask that you check with the operators on that. Chairman, could I raise one other issue and then be out of your hair?
Sure.
Thank you. The truancy reduction program, which was the council was supposed to receive. This is a pilot that DHS, that was put in DHS. I was one of the people who didn't believe that DHS was the right agency for it. I don't think you have enough staff. I think it diverts from your core mission. And I think there is another agency that is supposed to deal with child and family issues. But this is where it is. And the agency is supposed to give a report to the council on, I believe, the 5 most common reasons for unexcused absences and data on the 5 most common interventions that students utilize and analysis of attendance outcomes. When will the council receive that?
The mid-year report has already been submitted to council.
When was that submitted?
Believe,
Like a week ago.
yeah.
Okay. Well, let me not get into the specifics. I'll read the report first, so I'm not sort of wasting time and follow up with you all. But just last question on that. What are you seeing in terms of the agency's ability to manage that program and its long-term trajectory?
Councilmember, we continue to believe that we are best situated to manage the program. We have a long history of working with young people, as you know, through ACE and PASS and TPAP and other programs. We work closely with other agencies, including CFSC and so forth. But as you know, CFSC has looked at the agency that sometimes takes children away. And sometimes families, unless they're mandated to engage, do not engage. They
Yeah.
fear involvement with CFSA. Our services, because they're voluntary, but we do assertive outreach, we are perceived as being more friendly, which we are. We have a long experience with, again, working with young people. I mean, we implemented the pilot. We were a little delayed in studying the 5 school, but the results that we're seeing are promising. Most of the young people who engage and complete the program, we've seen a reduction in truancy rates. So we're excited about the opportunity to scale the program. We'll again take the preliminary lessons learned and use them to scale for next fiscal year.
I appreciate it. The only thing I'll say in closing is, yes, CFSA has a bad reputation. That means you got to fix the reputation, not put things that don't belong in an agency into another agency that's doing pretty well, because then you end up breaking another agency.
Sure. And if I just add one more thing, because again, we work very closely with our CFSC partners, so I don't mean to suggest that they have a bad reputation, but also
Those were my words.
So, but also the group that we are targeting with truancy pilot is the high schoolers. And oftentimes the reasons for truancy are not neglect and abuse. And this is again, another reason that we do believe that it belongs with DHS.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Again, I recognize that there are just a lot of hard decisions right now. I don't envy Chairman Fruman in this budget process, but I'm glad to have his partnership and the partnership of the agency as we work through this and do the best we can for our residents. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Fruman.
Thank you.
Thank
Councilmember.
you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Nadeau?
Thank you so much, Chairman Furman. It's great to be back here at the Committee on Human Services Director. When I was chair of the committee from 2016 to 2021, we did TANF reform. We oversaw the closure of DC General, opening the short-term family housing, ending the hotel stays for families experiencing homelessness. We did a lot of great work. I am incredibly concerned about some of the things I'm seeing in the budget here. First, let's discuss TANF. The subtitle, the Cash Assistance Cost of Living Adjustment Amendment Act of 2025 prohibits an increase of benefits based on inflation from FY 26 to FY 30. Is that accurate?
That's what's in the current subtitle. Yes, Councilmember.
In 2016, the Human Services Committee convened a working group with DHS, which reported published a report and recommendations for developing a data-driven TANF policy, which is what we have today in the district. Are you familiar with that report?
Yes.
Okay. So we worked together to move the district forward in what became the national model, ending time limits and sanctions because it was clear that they were arbitrary and they were not changing behavior. It's my understanding that the second subtitle, the District of Columbia Public Assistance Amendment Act of 2025, essentially reverses all of these reforms, adding back sanctions and time limits. Is that true?
So Councilmember, so this work does, it may appear that it rolls back some of those provisions. We are committed to continue to have another working group to look at some of those, some of those changes. It is true that the BSA subtitle proposes to roll back time limits starting in fiscal year 27, so there will be a step down. It was necessary that we have some of those changes because, as I mentioned in my testimony, Councilmember, our local TANF program is now slated to grow by $56 million in the next 4 years. It has grown by 45% in the since 2020. As you also know, the federal TANF is a block grant that has not increased in fiscal year since 1997. As you may or may not know, that last year a lot of work went into reforming the TAP and TANF grants to improve opportunities for families to engage, including the implementation of the 2-gen model that really allows families to be in compliance and for activities that would not, which they would not be in compliance for the federal government. So while the BSA does suggest that we would increase the penalty for non-compliance, we have several activities to help families comply. And TANF only works if families comply.
I understand. And I heard you say that earlier too. So what are the penalties exactly?
So it would grow from 6% to 25% for the parent portion of the grant.
What does that mean? So they'd be made, their monthly stipend would go down
Yes,
by 25%?
the parent portion, yes, if they do not engage.
So we've got families who are living in poverty and the solution to getting them to participate is to take away their money.
Councilmember, we believe also that poverty is traumatic, and we believe that families who are in TANF live in poverty. We want to make sure that they have opportunities to move from poverty. The only way to do that is for them to engage.
You're using arguments from like 1994. I'm sorry. The whole point of reforming this system was that it wasn't working. Going back to the old way is not the solution. I love that you want to have another working group. And when we did it before, we engaged, the deepest engagement was with program participants. And that was what shaped the vision of the program. I believe programs can be modernized, but modernization shouldn't be going back in time to draconian policies that aren't based in research and data. At the time, we were looking at data that shows that the 60-month cutoff is arbitrary. It has no, it provides no context around what's going on in a person's life. They may need TANF at one point in their life and then again in a later point in their life. And the sanctions weren't working. The sanctions didn't work. The only thing that worked was the buy-in from the folks who said, no, we need incentives and we need other things like this.
Oh, we have incentives, Councilmember.
I hear you. And if they're not working, then we should revisit those, but not apply sanctions. Sanctions have never worked.
So, sorry, you have a question?
That was the
Councilmember?
point. That was my point. I think this is a wrong-headed policy, and I think it's not going to do what you want it to do. And it shouldn't have been done without a working group and without consultation with the community. What's the engagement you've done on this policy before rolling it out in the BSA?
So we couldn't get ahead of the mayor, but Councilmember, but we will also with the working.
Oh, so nobody saw this until the mayor dropped it? None of the people implicated?
No, so we plan on having a working group. We also will implement a hardship policy, which will come out of the working group. So including consumers, including our stakeholders, including, the community. But we have a lot of engagement opportunities for families that that don't necessarily even involve employment or education. We believe very strongly that even with the engagement, we have some bonuses that can even increase the cash payment for families. And we want families to engage.
So you're offering bonuses to people right now and they're still not engaging?
So Councilmember, I'm not sure that you're aware of the changes that we made in the TAP and town and grant
Please
program
feel free to
last year.
fill me in.
Sure. So last year, we solicited our TANF TAP grants. Now families have also family choice. They want to participate with a TAP provider. They don't have to go to either one for employment, one for education. The education and employment TAP providers are now integrated. We also implemented a family choice. So families don't have to engage. They can just report. They don't have to work necessarily with a tech provider. They can just report their activities. We've broadened the opportunities for families to engage, that ultimately going to the children's activities, going to a parent-teacher conference, opening a bank account. There's so many ways of families to engage. TANF only works if families engage. What we have seen, and even with some of the changes, is that families were not earning their ways off TANF and families were not moving off TANF. We want families to move off TANF. Families who are on TANF living in poverty, and we want to help them move off from
Do
poverty.
you have enough spaces in career map for families that you'd like to move off TANF?
We're not expanding career map at this time. We have
So that's the
500
problem.
slots.
Like you want families to move off TANF, but they can't really move off TANF unless there's something like career map, which by the way is a wonderful program and I'm glad that it exists, but it has never gotten the buy-in from the mayor that it deserves to actually lift people up and out. And so to not increase that and then also cut people off from TANF means you're just going to have people living in poverty, which I know is not what you want. I want to move on to the temporary pause on FRSP new entries. You and I emailed a bit about this a couple of weeks ago. How do you think the pause on new entries is going to impact the 90-day or less stay goal for short-term family housing?
Sure. So Councilmember, as you know, the system has been working very well
Yes.
in ensuring the families have a shelter stay of less than 90 days. However, we have heard from families that oftentimes they feel pushed to that 90-day limit and they're asked to make a choice that is not sustainable for them long term.
Okay.
We can no longer prioritize 90 days over helping a family make a sustainable choice.
I agree.
So this is what we're focusing on. So
Okay.
we are pausing FRSP right now because we do believe that it needs to be improved and made some changes. This pause will allow us to evaluate, bring so the stakeholders together and really look at how can we help families? How can we prioritize families making a choice that's sustainable for them versus prioritizing a 90-day stay? So if a family needs 120 days because they need more than 90 days in order to make sure that, hey, it may take me longer to find an apartment that I can sustain after 12 months because FRSP is a time-limited program, we believe that it's in best interest of families that we spend more time with them so that we don't see them back in shelter when they are exited from FRSP if they can't afford the rent on their
Okay,
own.
I agree with that sentiment. I'm not sure it's exactly tied to the pause in FRSP though. Do the majority of families exit through FRSP?
Yes,
Okay. And how many vacancies do you have in short-term family housing right now?
144.
And are you concerned that allowing people to stay 120 days plus could lead to capacity issues?
So we want to make sure that families understand that they have more options than FRSP. Although currently they have more options than FRSP, many families only take FRSP because it is an attractive benefit. It's a year ultimately.
I want to pause on that
Yeah.
because actually my question was about whether you're concerned that the longer stay is going to lead to capacity issues.
It's a concern, but we have plans to address the capacity issues. Right now we have 144 slots in our short-term family housing, but we have other inventory, other buildings that we have not activated because we haven't needed the capacity, but we're ready to do that if need be.
Excuse me, Chairman, just a couple, I think I have about 1.5 more questions.
Yeah,
if it's
go
okay
ahead.
with you. So are you planning to continue allowing access to shelter year round for families?
Yes, the mayor is committed to continue to do this.
Okay. What will happen if you do reach capacity in the family shelters with this pause or other policies that you're implementing?
We are working and tracking capacity on a daily basis. I check capacity and shelter every day. Like I mentioned, Councilmember, we have other sites that if we need to activate, we'll activate. However, we will continue to help families exit. We have other options to help family exits. We still have DC flex slots that are not used that we can still use in this fiscal
Okay.
year. We still have homeless prevention program that does allow a family to, and sometimes it's probably a best option if a family is not able to sustain an apartment on their own. HPP is the best intervention for them than FRSP.
Is it possible to quickly tell me what those other sites are?
Sure, we have the Roll Arc right now that's been renovated. That's not been activated. It's a beautiful new site. We have funds to renovate Naylor Road.
But Naylor Road that's years out.
That's probably like a year, but
You can't flex to that
Yeah,
space. But Roll Arc, how many units is that?
I don't know. if
And
I
it has
have
a
that.
C of O?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. Just a reminder that when we ran out of capacity in the past, we put families in hotels, which was very expensive, way more expensive than FRSP. And we don't have the budget to do that, nor is that dignified or a good way to get people out of homelessness. And I think you know that too.
Absolutely.
But I thank you for answering my questions today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me go over.
Thank you very much. I will turn now to Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, it's good to see you as well as members of your senior leadership team. I recognize that we have to make some tough decisions during this fiscal climate. So I appreciate all the hard work that you and your team are doing. I'll chime right in with my questions. Within the mayor's proposed budget for FY 2026, tenant funds saw a significant decrease. Could you speak to why you made those decisions?
For TANF?
Mhm.
So Councilmember, as I mentioned in my testimony, that our local TANF program
Mm.
is expected to grow by $56 million in the next couple of years. This local program, as it is unsustainable given the district's financial position. So what we are doing next year is that we are pausing on cost of living adjustments for recipients.
Based on those cuts, could you speak to the number of Ward 7 residents that will be directly impacted?
Let me see, Councilmember, if I have this breakdown by ward. If I do not, I can make sure that somebody gets that information for you.
Okay. And just a heads up, most of my questions will be centered budget coupled with the impacts to Ward 7
Yes.
families.
Yeah, I know that the team tracks it, but I don't believe that let me just check if I have that information. No,
Okay.
we don't have it by ward, but we're happy to, if we have it, ask the team to make sure that your office gets this.
Okay, well, we can keep it going.
Okay.
All right, could you speak to any funding changes made to SNAP and how will these proposed changes impact Ward 7's most vulnerable residents?
So Councilmember, the district is not it's not planning on making any changes to SNAP. The chatter about SNAP right now is what's happening in the federal government. As you may know, there's a bill going through Congress that would make significant changes to our SNAP program.
Mhm.
And then the district would have to then, from that point, understand how it impacts it. But just so you know, right now, the SNAP benefit is 100% passed through. We have a cost shift to administer the SNAP program, but 100% of the benefits comes from the federal government.
The mayor's theme for her proposed budget for FY 2026 was Grow DC. How does the employment and training program offered within your agency tie into that goal?
To the Grow DC goals?
Mhm.
So last year, we were very, very pleased to relaunch or revamp our TANF and TEP program. So families have really many opportunities to engage, and the families getting connected to jobs is the North Star of that program. So obviously, we also want families to engage in vocational, programs that lead to the higher um, income, career. So that is continues to help residents do that. This budget also maintains funding for our Peer Case Management Institute.
Mhm.
This is a program in collaboration with the Howard University School of Social Work that trains residents with lived experience of
Mhm.
homelessness to become case managers in our continuum of care. We are in the process of graduating a second cohort, and we've been able to help residents um, get hired in a continuum of care. So we have several activities in our budget and that connects to Grow DC.
Uh, your budget shows a negative 8.4 decrease uh in this year's budget compared to last year's budget. Could you speak to how these decreases will impact the overall service that your agency provide?
So the decreases. It's true that the budget overall is a 9% decrease. Not all programs have been impacted. So
Okay.
it depends on the programs have been impacted. As you mentioned, there's a decrease and I think the local TANF spending.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Cash category. We know that we have to decrease some of our grants and contracts. So not one program got any significant cut, but we've had to decrease some contracts basically across the board.
Okay. I noticed that under the Economic Security Service Division within your agency, in your proposed budget, the burial services program was completely zeroed out. Could you speak to the decision behind that or why you feel it was necessary?
Sure. So as you know, we had to make tough choices in this program and
Mhm.
this budget, and we really wanted to focus on core mission. The burial assistance program was not necessarily core mission to the district, to DHS. Not saying that it's not an important service, but it
Mhm.
was also underutilized.
Mhm.
So this is one of the cuts, unfortunately, that we made.
Sticking in the lines of the Economic Security Division, the number of case managers have decreased. Could you speak to how that will impact the work of your agency?
So as it relates to
The decrease in number of case management
for ESA,
managers.
I don't know if there's a decrease. Or maybe from DPO, you want to speak to that?
Sure. In terms of, there isn't actually a decrease in the number of case managers.
Okay.
We had overall 11 total position reductions this year, so a very small amount.
Okay.
And most of the changes that you're seeing, and I know our AFO Hayden Bernard could actually speak to more details if you need them, but what you're likely seeing are just shifts to realign people to the right place in the budget.
Okay. Some of my colleagues had some questions about ERAP, and I'll follow up. Director, from your perspective, would you say ERAP is working?
So I think that there's an opportunity to look at how to improve the administration of the ERAP, and we'll continue to do that. But we do know that the ERAP has helped families avoid an eviction. So
Mhm.
that is the purpose of the emergency rental assistance. So it is working.
Uh, this is a follow-up. How does your proposed budget support any enhancements to the ERAP program?
So we don't have any enhancement in ERAP program. What we do see that there was a one-time enhancement that
Mhm.
was removed, but it was just one time. So our current ERAP budget for fiscal year 26 goes back to pre-pandemic levels. So we'll have $8 million in our ERAP budget in fiscal year 26.
8 million or 5 million?
So it's currently listed as 5, but
I was
the
gonna say,
mayor's,
okay.
yes, the mayor's budget office flagged that they meant to put it at 8, so it will be modified in the errata.
Okay. Shifting gears to homeless services, given the reduction in funding for homeless services in your proposed budget, what impacts do you foresee for Ward 7 residents, especially families and individuals facing homeless instability?
So, Councilmember, we have investments in HPP and
Mhm.
DC Flex. So we are able to help families who come to our front door who are experiencing, housing crisis or housing instability, that we'll continue to be able to serve them with homeless prevention program, which is a cost-effective and also an efficient way to serve families because it avoids a shelter stay.
How will the decline in funding for transitional housing programs affect young people in Ward 7 who are aging out of foster care, escaping domestic violence, or experiencing homelessness?
Thank you, Councilmember. So extended transitional housing is actually the most utilized interventions in our youth system. I think the funding label was said PSH. We're
Mhm.
committed to make sure that all the programs that are the most utilized continues to stay funded at the current level.
Okay, I have a question pertaining to community service block grants. So I noticed that there was a decrease in community service block grant funding with vital community programs or services within Ward 7, such as food assistance, job training, or mental health services. Could you speak to if any of those programs are at risk in your FY 2026 budget?
Yeah, so thank you. So the current level was aligned with the federal award. And sometimes we have carries over, so we don't anticipate any changes in that grant. So
Okay.
there will be no impact to the providers who are receiving funding through the community service block grant. We don't anticipate any impact.
Okay. I have a follow-up. I have follow-up questions that I'll save for my next round. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much, Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you so much, Chairman Freeman. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Councilmember.
I'm not even on break. I've got Councilmember Nadeau chairing my hearing, so I could be here because this is how important it was to get some questions asked. So I'm going to start with case management. So the budget we have is showing a 17.9 million decrease in case management, the loss of about 8.8 FTEs. This is all in Economic Security Administration. You're giving a strange look. Is that incorrect?
No, go ahead. I mean, let Tanya talk about the.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing is the shift primarily of Career Map, which was previously funded under ESA, and
Okay.
we created dedicated funding attributes. So there's no change in the funding there.
Lovely.
That's
Okay.
18.9.
Okay.
We're-
And so
yeah.
you're moving 8.8 FTEs over into Career Map.
Yeah, so there's actually 4 FTEs, I believe, for Career Map that are shifting with the budget. And then the other changes that you're seeing are, Hayden, you can speak to this if there's something more detailed, but we did have to, often through this process, we're realigning where people are located in the budget. So you'll see some shifts there, but we're not reducing any ESA staffing.
Okay. In terms of case managers now, what's the current caseload per FTE?
Depending on the program. So, what is it still ESA?
Yeah, an ESA.
I'm not sure that ESA has any direct. Go ahead, you can speak. Oh, okay. Okay, but they were moved. Sorry, Councilmember. I think I'm still just stuck in terms of where. Because ESA does not provide any direct service in terms of case management, so I can speak to.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
let's move on and we can
Yeah.
clear that up perhaps
Yeah.
and follow up.
Yeah.
Let's talk overtime. So in FY 24, DHS spent about 7.5 million on overtime. This year, y'all allocated $129,000. Now tell me how that is supposed to work.
So because of the current budget situation, Councilmember, I mean, we are currently having overtime freeze right now. We have not been implementing it overtime for the past 4 to 6 weeks, I believe. So we're managing, we are helping the workers manage their time within the allotted hours. We'll use overtime that we have available to make sure that we still can, focus on our timeliness and accuracy.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right. But I look from your face. We can all sort of admit, right? Like that is the idea that y'all are going to use $110,000 next year and that's it. Come on now. All right, great. I'm gonna take that smile and I'm gonna go on. All right, let's talk TANF. So obviously it's under scrutiny in this budget. I want to thank you, Director, for the productive conversation that we had a few weeks ago to sort of just unpack it a little bit, which we don't have time to do in this hearing because I think it could be confusing for some people. TANF is technically a federal program, but we also have a local component of the same name that we refer to as local, which I don't know who came up with that. We should try something different, but nonetheless, it is what it is. So just to sort of level set for folks, the work requirement standards for local TANF that was set for the district in 2017 is a bit more broad than on the federal side. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And our local TANF program doesn't carry the same 60-month time limit as others. How long can someone be on our local program?
Right now, we have no time limits.
Okay.
Councilmember.
Okay. And in comparison to other jurisdictions, how does our local program compare?
I think our local program is very generous. Many other jurisdictions have a time limits. In addition to some of the not having any time limits, we also implemented a 2-gen program that really allows an expanded number of activities that count as complying that's not recognized by the federal government. So we have a very generous and broad local TANF program.
Okay. So our local expenditures, based on what I'm seeing in the past 5 years, we've had a over 167% increase.
Yes. Well, yeah.
We haven't had that same increase in federal because federal is a block grant.
It's block grant. It's been, yes.
That
It's
hasn't
been flat.
changed.
It has not changed.
Okay. So this is a conversation I'm trying to have with folks out in the community of just sort of explaining the differences between the two. Because in my view, the way that we have been running our TANF local program, we don't call it a universal basic income program, but we have basically been running a universal basic income program, which from a policy perspective, we can have that debate and conversation, but I feel like now we have to talk about it because is it sustainable going forward? That is the question. Are the programs as designed sustainable? And I guess the response I'm hearing from the executive through this budget is no, it is not.
It is not sustainable.
Okay. I want to ask about some of the proposed changes in the BSA to see if my reading is correct in terms of the language. Everybody has a different interpretation of language, but okay. So one subtitle would freeze the COLAs
Yes.
at the current level.
Yes.
Okay. But the COLA has never been budgeted throughout the financial plan. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. So there's that. There's another TANF related subtitle that will begin the phase out of local TANF benefits for those who have been receiving it beyond or for more than 60 months. But my reading is that the 60-month time limit is retro. Back.
Well, please tell me what.
So,
you mean by that.
or let me ask it in a different way. What is today? Today is June 5th.
Mhm.
Let's say if we were passing the budget today and this was being implemented today,
Mhm.
are we implementing the time limit from the date of enactment? As in 5
Maybe-
years from today?
No.
Or is it if you've been on it for 5 years at any point?
Yes. And it would not start until fiscal year 27, but it's, so the start does not start over this year, if that's your question.
Well, that's what I'm sort of saying.
Yes.
Like it is retro back to
Yeah.
like if you have already been on it for
Yes.
5 years, come FY 27,
Yes.
there is no transition. I just
So
want to be
there's
clear.
there's a step down, so it's not going to be immediate. So fiscal year 27, folks will lose about 30, who've been over 60 months, 30% of their benefits, so they'll receive 70%. And I think it goes down to 50 and then 25 and then it zeroes out. So it's not going to be just but then after that, we'll just have a zero out after 5 years.
Okay. I didn't see anything in either subtitle about the activities that count for meeting the enforcement requirements.
Mhm.
Is this, will this go through internal rulemaking? I guess because technically
Yeah,
it was never in
so-
legislation before, so.
So we are committed to having a working group on this to establish hardship policies, to really look at what it looks like for an implementation. So it's not just spending fiscal 26 and communicating the change, which will be part of it, but we'll also work with the community and advocates and whatnot to establish where we can have either waivers, exceptions, or within the hardship policy.
Okay. Let me switch to, oh, this time has gone really fast, but I want to make sure I ask you some questions about SNAP. Because obviously I've been thinking a little bit about, not a little bit, a lot about what's been happening on the federal side. And I don't know what the end is going to be on that front. But what I do know is that based on, if we are going based off of past error rate activity, we would be giving SNAP a raise one way or another, regardless of whether or not the mayor is in favor of it. So our error rate last year was at 20%. USDA issued a $4.4 million penalty against the district. I think in my last conversation with Director Zeilinger at that hearing, it was said we were going to do a correction plan. Are we implementing this?
We're implementing, I mean, we've done a lot of work and try to improve our error rates, but it's still around, was I think 10-15%. It's still higher, it's still closer to 20% than we would like for it to be.
Okay.
It's 19%.
All right. So look, the penalty for the error rate, that's like another $44 million. So we're going to need something like a more aggressive attention to this because there's a more aggressive financial penalty for us not getting it together.
Mhm.
Is it DCAS? Is it human error? What's the driver
I
here?
mean, I think it's a combination, it's people, processes, and we are working very closely with DCAS. We're also working with Code for America to really sort of help us improve our system. We are committed. We are watching what's happening on the federal level, at least the chatter of what's happening in this, the language in the bill. So we're aware that there would be significant.
But is it more people? Like I'm trying to get to what is a thing that can
Yeah.
help you all reduce this because it's been a year and we're still at the same spot.
Yeah,
That's concerning.
So it's not just people, it's people, we continue to provide the training needed. We're working in terms with the technology, with DCAS, like I mentioned, Code for America and other innovative emerging technologies that we're implementing. We are working very hard on this. I know that we are not where we would like to be, but this is not something but I do know that the team's working and this is at the forefront. It's a
Okay.
combination.
I know I'm over my time. I will just say there are other states that are bigger than ours with more SNAP population than ours, whose error rates are less. So if it were something about this, like if it was something about what they are asking you all to do, everybody would have some crazy problem, but we are an outlier and that needs to be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Director. Picking up where I left off. As you are aware, Ward 7 has long faced disparities in housing and economic opportunities. Could you speak to or how does your agency justify cutting support in areas that disproportionately impact low income and marginalized residents within your budget?
Do you have a specific program in mind, Councilmember?
ERAP, funding and rapid rehousing, some of the other programs in TANF, et cetera.
So let's start with rapid rehousing, for example. Rapid rehousing in its current form has shown to be unsustainable for the district. It provides and DHS. It's also seen as unsustainable for the families that we serve. So the cut in rapid rehousing really is about right sizing the program for what it's designed to be. So while we'll have fewer slots in rapid rehousing, we'll be able to tailor it to families who are more likely to be able to support the rent at the end of the 12-month time limit. We want families to be successful. We don't want families to return into homelessness after 12 months because, as you know, rapid rehousing is a time-limited program.
As previously mentioned, I noticed that we gotta make some difficult decisions as a government. I have this phrase, when middle-class families catch a cold, our most vulnerable, low-income residents catch a flu. With that being said, could you speak to any alternative strategies or replacement programs being proposed to ensure that Ward 7 residents don't face increased displacement or service gaps as a result of your budget cuts?
Sure, and Councilmember, my response is gonna be for citywide, because, so I could tell you that what we are very excited about in our budget is that it does allow for, diverse exit pathways from shelter. We really believe that we can't have a one-size-fits-all
Mhm.
approach to helping families move. And the diversification in our exit path really allow us to work with families to create a plan that works for them. This
Okay.
is the HPP Plus, or DC Flex, or rapid rehousing for families.
Uh, Shifting gears to the Naylor Road shelter renovation
Yes.
project. The proposed renovation of the Naylor Road shelter carries an estimated full funding cost of 7 million, with 1.5 million specifically allocated for a net zero compliant ventilation system. My question is, what specific design improvements will directly enhance shelter capacity and residents' well-being at the shelter? And could you speak to what metrics will DHS use to measure those improvements?
I'm gonna pass it to my colleague
Okay.
for this answer.
Oh, sure. I just wanted to clarify. So the scope of work here is not to increase capacity. I feel like that was one of your questions. We really had to do some work to address longstanding life safety issues at Naylor Road. And so that will be the focus of the renovations.
Which is a good segue to my next point. Beyond the core structure and life safety renovations, how will this project reduce long-term maintenance costs and operational disruption at the facility, thereby ensuring more reliable service delivery for Ward 7 families?
Yeah, absolutely. That is really the focus. We had to do some of these improvements. They were needed for a long time. And so we're very excited to be able to move forward with the additional funding in the budget allocated to the Naylor Road project.
And given the timeline, what contingency plans does DHS have in place to ensure uninterrupted shelter services during the renovation period, especially for Ward 7 families who rely on the facility?
Councilmember, currently, Naylor Road is not online. It's still in the DHS's inventory, but
Okay.
we don't have any families in, Naylor Road at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. Within your proposed budget or shifting to homeless services continuum and permanent supportive housing questions. So within your proposed budget, the local funds for homeless service continuum families increased by 5.4 million in FY 2026, rising, or rather, increasing by 80.3 million to 85.8 million. My question is, with the additional 5.4 million and 4 new FTEs, will DHS prioritize Ward 7 families currently on the waiting list for shelters or rapid rehousing? And will there be any specific intake or performance metrics geared towards Ward 7 families?
Councilmember, we have no waiting list for shelter. We still have capacity. Anybody who needs shelter can come into shelter.
I appreciate that. ERAP local funds dropped from 26.9 million, and we talked about this. It's an oversight. It's not 5 million. It's actually 8 million
Yes.
geared. But what measures will DHS put in place to mitigate the risk of evictions for Ward 7 households who may have depended on ERAP in FY 2025? Specifically, will there be Ward 7 targeted outreach or alternative housing stability services to offset the decrease in funding?
Sure, Councilmember. So, any families who
Mm.
are experiencing housing insecurity and or at risk of experiencing homelessness can either call our homeless services hotline or walk into Virginia Williams, and it will be assessed for the services that they need to try to prevent a shelter stay as much as possible. If not, rapid exit. So we continue to have homeless prevention programs. We'll have some DC flex slots for eligible families, and then in 2020, when the new fiscal year starts, we'll assess families to ensure that get connected to the right intervention for their needs.
Okay. Shifting gears to permanent supportive housing, given the steep drop in individuals' permanent supportive housing FTEs and resources, how will DHS prevent homelessness among Ward 7 single adult populations, such as Black men, particularly those exiting shelters like, exiting shelters?
I don't, go ahead, Tanya.
Yeah, just wanted to address there is actually no change in the FTE count.
Okay.
So it does look like a decrease, but that's really just a realignment of moving people in the budget to where they're actually doing the work. So I wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Well, Director, it's been a pleasure. That concludes my round of questions.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. And it's good to see you again, Director.
Good to see you.
As Chair in the Committee of Youth Affairs, I have seen firsthand, and I believe we all have, the needs of our young people. This budget proposes cuts that will make it harder for our most at-risk youth to move forward successfully, I believe. Namely, permanent supportive housing for youth is reduced by almost 1 million, and transitional housing for youth reduced by nearly 500,000. Prevention services for individuals, which supports teen parents in particular, is reduced by almost 2 million. Can you speak to how many youth use these programs? So the prevention services, the transitional housing support, as well as the permanent supportive housing in the past fiscal year?
Sure. So, Councilmember, let me just start by saying for the PSH beds, so we don't necessarily have dedicated slots for youth for PSH. It covers extended transitional housing, and this is one of the most used interventions. So we're committed to continuing that program in its entirety. So I think you asked me.
Do you track how many youth are using that service as well as others?
Yes, so we have basically the vacancy and the capacity for each shelter. And most of we do have some underutilized beds in our emergency shelter, and our extended transitional housing is basically at capacity. So we'll continue, that's our most used intervention, and we'll continue to fund it fully.
Okay. As a follow-up, can you share how many youth actually used these services over the past fiscal year?
Sure, we have about 500 dedicated beds for just young people in our system. What we do know is that we have young people utilizing adult services as well. So we have young people who in our low barrier shelter for adults, because obviously they're 18, they can go there as well. And we do have some young people, especially youth-headed household, in our family system. But we have 500 just dedicated beds for young people. We try to, as much as possible, gear young people towards the dedicated youth beds.
And out of those 500 beds today, do you have an estimate of how many are being used?
No, I don't know if I have the current census right now, how many are being used. No, we don't have 675. No, I don't have the current census right now. I mean, so if you want to know how many, if your question is how many individual
The question
the
is,
unique individuals.
and I'm
that
happy
use the
for us to
beds.
follow
Yeah.
up offline, or you can follow up with this committee and we can receive the information that way. But for permanent supportive housing, transitional services, how many youth over the last fiscal year took advantage of these resources?
Sure.
Of the 500 beds, currently, how many youth are occupying those beds?
So I can tell you that in terms of unique individuals, we have approximately 1,675 because they rotate. Out of the 500 beds that we have, I believe, I think we may have a vacancy of 30 beds. So that would mean that we have potentially 470 young people in a shelter
So
bed today.
roughly estimated 470 youth are occupying
Beds
beds
today.
currently.
Yes.
That is helpful. Permanent supportive housing is reduced by over 3 million and 48 FTEs, and I'm sure this has come up already, but how many individuals were supported with this year's budget with our permanent supportive housing program?
So we have we we have about 9,325 individuals who are in our this household who are in our permanent supportive housing program.
Today.
Yes.
And do you have an estimate of over this past fiscal year, how many people have been served?
So we serve all of them because once we're in permanent supportive housing, you continue to, even when you're leased up, we continue to receive wraparound services. So we continue to serve folks.
So
who are
that 9,000 figure is a total figure for the entire fiscal year.
Yes.
Got it. And with the projected funding for the program, how many do you anticipate being served in fiscal year 26?
So in fiscal year 26 does not add additional vouchers to our system for singles. It does add $7.6 million for families. And I think that's roughly, what's that number? 156 families that we can serve, additional families that we can serve through PSH.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it moving for the sake of time. The BSA proposes that families may be placed in congregate shelters until non-congregate shelter placement is available or during an interim eligibility placement. What is the current procedure for families entering shelters?
So families entering shelters right now, they go to Virginia Williams and they get assessed. And if they are they can prove district residency, they get put in a shelter. If they cannot show district residency and they can't be diverted from shelter, they are still brought into shelter, but then they have a length of time to then prove district residency, in which time most families, even if they're coming outside of the district, they are able to establish residency during that time.
So what is the plan to keep families safe, particularly those with young kids, if they are being placed in congregate shelters?
Sure. So as I mentioned, Councilmember, or you may have heard, is that we temporarily paused entries into FRSP. So we do anticipate that potentially we may have some shelter capacity constraints. We do have some additional sites that we will activate if, for example, our short-term family housing sites are all at capacity, such as the Rollock and others. But because the mayor is committed to continue to provide shelter year-round, not just to families, the district families, but often we do know that we have families are coming who are coming in IEP. We want to make sure that we have as much of flexibility to be able to do that. So the event that we need overflow, we want to be able to have the flexibility of sheltering families safely at a congregate site.
Okay, quick follow-up. That you will recall I introduced legislation that would make women in their second trimester eligible for family housing services here in the district. Part of the pushback I received from DHS is that that could potentially upend our system. At the time of the hearing, it was said that DHS would be working on an alternative. Any update or funding in this budget to expand access to women in their second trimester?
So we continue to work with our partners, Healthy Babies, our Community of Hope, to just assess women to make sure that they're connected to the resources that they need to keep, healthy, to have healthy pregnancies. We currently still don't make an exceptions for women to come into short-term family housing in their second trimester, but we ensure that they have a bed in our system. So whether they have a low barrier beds, and then if they need to come to shelter by the third trimester, we bring them in. But really, we focus really on trying to prevent a shelter stay, especially for a pregnant person. So as much as possible, HPP is still available to them. So we try to prevent a shelter stay through the homeless prevention program for pregnant women.
So this is a priority for me. I'm gonna look to work with Councilmember Fruman through this budget process to see how we can work together to provide greater access to these women in their second trimester. I
Understood.
defer to DHS's judgment, and I don't want to do something that you're saying is going to run counter to the program or the system. But at the same time, we know the status quo is not sufficient. So there has to be something else. I probably only have time for one more question in this round. The budget proposes that the Economic Security Services case management be reduced by almost 18 million. From 42 million to 24 million, which is one of the largest reductions in services for DHS. This case management includes SNAP employment and training programs. Is this case management conducted by DHS or outsourced to other providers?
I believe it's the 18.9 million for career map that was originally in the ESA budget, but it's now moved to its own line item. So you will see a corresponding amount for career map in its same line item. So it's not a reduction, it's just a shift in the budget.
Shift to
so
another
that-
budget.
yeah.
So do you anticipate any impact to SNAP recipients?
No,
No.
at all. It's just a shift for more transparency in the budget.
Okay. Thank you. I will pause there and look forward to my next round of questions.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. And we're doing this a little bit differently, but I'm actually happy with this because I think it's going to help us over the long run in avoiding redundancies where other people have asked questions. I probably won't not address that issue, but hopefully we can get through it more quickly. So we'll turn to Councilmember Henderson and then turn back if you have one more round, if you have more than one, yeah. But also finish what you need to do. I know you need to get back to your hearing, so if it takes a couple minutes more than 10 minutes to finish what you need to do, go ahead and do that. And the same, Councilmember Parker, and maybe I'll say good afternoon when I start my questions. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair Freeman. Okay, I want to go back to SNAP really quickly just to get some clarification. So as part of our corrective action plan, the federal government allowed for cities to reinvest half of the penalty towards taking steps to improve the SNAP system. I understand that's the option that we took. So that's 2.2 million that we had to reinvest somewhere. What did you all do with that money and where did it come from?
So I believe and Tanya, correct me if I'm inaccurate, but it went to the reinvesting in emerging technologies.
What does that mean? Unpack that. Did you buy some new computers?
Looking at like what's happening with AI to try to see if we can automate some of the processes so that it can reduce steps. I do believe that through the work that we've done to just reduce some steps in the system. Understand you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in to
Yeah.
say, we have proposed, but we are still waiting for approval on our reinvestment plan. So that is still pending.
Wait, so USDA still hasn't approved it yet?
That's correct.
Okay, and the reinvestment plan is to invest in some technology, which is technically an investment in DCAS, no? Or is there something else?
Yeah, but we can yes, it's in DCAS, yes. Improvement in DCAS.
Okay. I have the hearing with healthcare finance on Monday, which has the DCAS team, so I can ask some questions there. How are we, well, I guess we haven't paid for it yet because the plan hasn't been approved. Is that accurate?
Hayden, did you want to address that? I believe we accrued funds to.
No, we haven't paid for it, but what we did is language in the BSA where if we have any surpluses, we can roll it into the fund. And that's what we did at the end of last year. So the funds are sitting there, and once the plan is approved, we can begin. And it's a non-lapsing fund, so it rolls over. And we can keep topping it off once we have a surplus.
Okay. And what if USDA says we don't like your plan?
We'll modify the plan.
Okay. All right. I'm concerned about this one. I mean, this is a huge financial penalty piece here. And I don't know what the Senate is going to do about this, right? So, but it's like a triple whammy hit, whether it be the reduction in administration or administrative fees,
Share, yeah.
the error rate now that you have to contribute, and then we had to contribute at least 5% anyway, right? Because they're reducing down to only 95% contribution for benefits altogether. So like the SNAP budget is going to have to go up. But it will only get, it can get better if we did better in terms of our administrative piece of things. Okay, I want to move on to asking about ACE and PASS. And I want to express appreciation to the DHS staff who sent some responses to my follow-up questions from performance oversight. Just so you know, I'm not putting this all on DHS. I did send a letter to the Office of the Attorney General about their portion of following up with individuals who have been diverted to you all, but are choosing not to participate in the program for whatever reason. Okay, so in this budget, I'm seeing that ACE would receive 2 additional full-time FTEs. However, the total funding for the 2 FTEs is only 60,000 plus fringe. Now I know.
Yeah, ACE is not, we're actually adding FTEs to the truancy program.
Yes, the truancy program. Okay, but like, what are the salary for these individuals? Because the amount of money suggests to me that we are doing part-time.
No, we don't have any, no.
No, we're not planning on any part-time staff. The funding is actually to hire 37 new FTEs, and that would add to the 12 that we had actually budgeted for this year.
Okay. All right, then might have that a little bit off. I read the report that you all produced in terms of how the pilot has been working, and I think it's going well, but it is definitely people intensive.
Yes, I mean, it's case management. It is people intensive, yes.
Okay. Are there any barriers that have come up thus far?
I mean, I think the only barriers was our ability to just hire to capacity, honestly, and we currently have, because of the budget pressures of this year, because of the error that Congress made, we had to implement a hiring freeze that kept us from getting to capacity. But that's probably the biggest barrier to get the staffing that we need to fully fund this program.
Okay.
But we still implemented at 5 school. We're still in 5 school,
Mhm.
and we're working with the mayor's office to be able to continue to hire this summer to be able to kind of grow and scale up this program.
Okay, so the intent, or I guess the budget for FY 26 was built with the intent of you all expanding?
Yes.
How many schools?
So we are still working with our partners at DCPS and the Deputy Mayor's for Education's office. But we're in 5 schools now, potentially another 5 school, but we're still figuring out exactly the makeup of high schools or potential middle schools as well.
Okay. I mean, just in a question, like, is DHS the appropriate agency for this?
Yes, we are.
You said that very declaratively. All right, I want to just briefly touch on vouchers. And I want to try to clear up something that I feel like was I think a not universal misunderstanding, but a large misunderstanding in terms of in the way the district funds vouchers. So oftentimes we'll have an advocate or a group of residents who will say the council needs to allocate X million dollars for 150 vouchers, like very specific number. But it seems impossible to pin down an exact number on the number of vouchers a particular pot of money is actually going to create, because the cost of the voucher depends on size of the unit, the neighborhood, I don't know, the year, and where we are in sort of market. So is there a way? There is no way. Like I said, I answered my own question. For us to be able to say $1 million gives us 50 vouchers or whatever it
Yeah.
is.
I mean, it's a projection. We do the math. We see an average what we're spending per unit, and we try to back out to a number with the understanding that it's a range, because and then we track the spending ultimately and adjust up and down how many slots we have left. And then we have also turnover of voucher. I mean, it's every month recalibrating process, but we have to figure out a range of slots that we think we can match to, and then based on lease up rates and so forth, recalibrate from a spending perspective. So we track the spending.
Okay. The budget proposal has no new funds for vouchers. I'm not gonna say number, but there's no new funds for vouchers in FY '26. But my understanding is that you all have some that still have not been used yet.
Yes.
How many do we have remaining?
Sure. So we have no new funds for singles. We do have new funds for families. So we have what could get us potentially close to 156 slots, but it's 7.6 million in the budget for um, vouchers for families for fiscal year 26. We do have a number of people who are not yet leased up to a voucher. So currently, if we want to stay on singles, we have about 820 or so individuals who are who are in the lease up process. So we don't have vouchers for next year, but we do believe that it's important for us to have a year to really kind of catch up. So we look forward to just really catch up and getting, folks leased up, and also transition many of the families who are master vouchers, but us have not moved into their voucher yet, leased up through a voucher.
Okay. At some point, Councilmember Fruman and I talked about this. I feel like we need a hearing with you all and DBH on vouchers.
DBH or Housing Authority?
Nope, DBH, because DBH has vouchers too. You have there are a lot of these special purpose, special population vouchers, but DBH in particular. And the question I always have is, what if somebody has a voucher who technically, given their clinical state, shouldn't be living independently? And how do we mitigate that and have conversations about whether or not they should be moving into permanent supportive housing or something else? But I feel like that's a conversation that needs to be combined between the two agencies, because it could be someone who is known to you because they have a LSRP voucher, and you may not know that they are also a client of DBH in some manner or form, et cetera.
I mean, we would know, because our case managers would see that this is somebody who needs a higher level of services and would make the referrals to DBH. We do know that many of our residents who are in PSH also receive services from other agencies, and the collaboration does happen. So we do know the clients who are with us who also receive services from DBH. So we work very closely with DBH.
But the thing I want to unpack is, like, when we have an issue, what happens? Who is the lead agency? And how do we appropriately transition someone into a placement that works best for them? So we could talk about that sort of in an offline manner. I want to just go back to TANF really quickly, from a thought that I had when I left, and now I've come back. Sorry, Councilmember Freeman, but when we're talking about the eventual step down,
Mhm.
how many people currently in the TANF local program are already at the 5-year?
About 6,500.
About 6,500?
Yes. But
And what percentage of that is the total of who are enrolled in the program?
about 50%.
About 50%. Okay. I'm over my time. Thank you, Councilmember Freeman, for being so gracious.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Nadeau accused us of kidnapping you, so. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I'm going to continue with TANF. I appreciate the briefing that you provided to members of my team and myself a few weeks ago. So I'm just going to characterize the 3-part change as I see it. One is the cost of living increase. The other is the work requirement. And the other is this gradual step down for individuals that have been on TANF for 60 or more months. For the cost of living increase, the headline for me is because it's indexed with inflation in recent years, the increase has been exponential.
Yes.
And it's been unsustainable. And therefore, you are proposing foregoing that increase for fiscal year 26 or in future years altogether.
I mean, it's fiscal year 26, but the mayor was assessed based on revenue projection. If that's something that needs to change, but it's I'm sorry, it's not just for fiscal 26. It's for ongoing years as well.
So right now, there would be no more cost of living increase unless that changes somewhere in the future.
Right, at least it's not legislated at this time.
And I forget the amount you said, but the percentage of increase, I want to say it's upwards of 10% over the last few years.
Yes, it's changed a lot during the last few years. It was very low and they had not experienced a cost of living increase. And in the last couple of years, it's been indexed with the consumer price, the rate of inflation, and we're just proposing to stop it at this time.
And then for the work requirement, that is a general phrase, but that hadn't been enforced on the local level. Individuals can work or go to school or do any type of approved activity as a recipient of TANF benefits, and that's going to be enforced.
Yeah, so I think it's always been enforced, and I think the word we like to use is engagement, because it's not just a work requirement. We want people to engage. So it can look like going to school or participating in educational activities, but through our local program and the implementation of a two-gen approach, there are many activities that count as engagement, that if the family is engaged, they would be considered in compliance with the
So
requirements
when you
of
say it's been
engagement.
enforced
It's been enforced at 6%,
at 6%,
Mhm.
say more about that.
meaning that the local cash benefit gets reduced by 6% for families who do not engage.
And how many families have been impacted by that reduction?
About 2,000.
About 2,000 of
Families,
the
mhm.
total.
Mhm.
And how many families total are receiving TANF benefits?
Approximately 14,000.
14,000. And then the step down for those, you just gave the number to Councilmember Henderson,
6,500 families are
over
currently
60
60 days, yes.
60 months.
60 months, I'm sorry.
Yes. And the idea is that by year 2030, we would have kind of weaned them off of TANF altogether.
Yes, but again, Councilmember, I just want to make sure that it's very clear, because I do know that we probably have residents watching this hearing, and that when we are working, we plan on having a hardship policies, because maybe not all 6,500 will step down. So we'll convene in a working group to really understand the impact, and potentially we will have a hardship policy. So it could be fewer than 6,500 families, because they may qualify for a waiver in a hardship policy that is yet to be.
Well, I'm
Um,
glad to hear that, that there is some type of nuance and flexibility here. We talked about this, and I fully support encouraging people to get on their feet, to work, go to school, to be,
To engage, yeah.
to live a sustainable life. At the same time, there needs to be greater support, because for every dollar that someone earns, that reduces their TANF benefits. Is that correct?
So it's not every dollar. I mean, that's a gradual step down, but we also may want an opportunity for folks who are engaged while they are receiving TANF, they can engage in vocational opportunities that we're hoping would yield to higher income and careers that they can.
What is that
successfully-
formula? Do you have the formula
I don't think I have it handy.
for
I
the
do know
dollar
we-
reduction?
Yeah, we do have a step down, and we can provide that. to
So
you.
if we're going to enforce work requirements, is that on everyone?
Engagement requirements, yes. For everyone.
Engagement requirements. Oh, I like the wording there, but I'm gonna say work requirements.
Okay.
What we had talked about is if I'm receiving, let's say, $200 in TANF benefits,
Mhm.
and if I go get a job and I'm getting $100 and you're reducing my benefits, great, I have a job, but it's not really allowing me to get ahead so that I can live a sustainable life on my own.
So-
How are those engagement requirements acknowledging the benefits cliff that exists with the formula that you're using to reduce one's payments?
Sure. So we do know that there's a benefit cliff that is almost built in how the benefits currently is structured. What we do with families who are, receiving SNAP and TANF and so forth, we do work with them to help them identify career paths that yield, a higher income, so that while they are in TANF, they have the opportunities also to really engage in vocational programs that will help them get a living wage
And
job.
out of the roughly 14,000 individuals on TANF, how many have taken advantage of those type of vocational programs?
I don't know if I have that number for you right now, but I do know the team tracks it.
And
I
I'm
can- yeah.
asking that because I would argue, I would venture to guess that that's not a realistic proposal if you looked at the numbers, but I'm going to keep going. Is there a grace period in the engagement penalty?
It's, I think it's for 4 consecutive weeks. So if your families are not engaged for 4 consecutive
In other words, if you haven't gone to get a job or go to school for 4 consecutive weeks, then we're going to start reducing your benefits.
Yeah, so if you, yes, engage, but again, there's more than that. There are other 2Gen activities in terms of participating in activities with your child, opening a bank account, there are other, that's why
I mean,
say-
I just would argue that grace period needs to be significantly longer. I'm just throwing out maybe 6 months to a year. Yes, we want people to get on their feet. I'm thinking more about the penalty
Mhm.
that I would want someone, let's say for 6 months, to get a job while they have their benefits to say, hey, we're going to start reducing your benefits. Make sure you're saving, make sure you're preparing. And I just worry that 4 weeks isn't going to really allow someone to overcome the pressures of the benefits cliff that exists. And we talked about this offline. I'm saying it for the public good. I think there's a perverse incentive nationally, not just here in DC. There's a perverse incentive for people to stay on these programs, because for every dollar they're earning, you're rolling back dollars they're receiving, and it's hard for them to get on their feet.
So we do disregard 2/3 of their earnings for I think an increase in like $3 per. So we don't, it's not a one-to-one. So there, we can send that table to you, but we do disregard some of their earnings. And I just want to clarify one thing that you said, council member. It's if someone is looking for a job, that's considered engagement. So just not finding a job is not a reason for a benefit to be reduced. So, and we do considerable amount of outreach to make sure that the family knows that they're going to get section. If you're engaging with your tech provider and you go and you work on your resumes and so forth, you go on job interviews, we're not going to penalize you for not getting a job. So that's
Okay.
why I'm calling engagement versus work requirements. We want families to engage. We want families to move from TANF. We do know that there's no living on TANF alone is a poverty. We know that poverty is very traumatic. We want families to engage. The only way for families to move off of it is to engage. We want families to also participate and engage in the growth agenda that the district has, and that we the only way to participate is to engage. And we have a broad variety of ways
I
that
hear
the
you. And
families can
I think
engage.
yes, I hear you. I guess the headline for me is I'm not convinced that 4 weeks is sufficient time.
Okay.
But I'm happy to work with the committee and follow up with you. I am way behind time. I'm gonna just rapid fire through. For rapid rehousing
Yeah,
recipients.
take your time.
Okay, for rapid rehousing recipients who received exit notices, how will their appeals be handled in the face of the deadline proposed in the BSA, which I believe is September 30th?
So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So it's my understanding for rapid rehousing, there's kind of like a front end, back end tightening, if you will. Families in rapid rehousing have received exit notices. In the BSA, the date has been given September 30th. How will their appeals process be handled given that short turnaround?
So many of them are an appeal, and many of the families we have to have a 24 time limit cutoff have been in the program for over even 2 years. They will continue to stay in appeal process, so that the time limit does not keep them from going through the appeal. It's just the end of the continuation of benefits. And if the appeal or the exit gets overturned, then we'll reinstate them in the program and potentially provide.
So
back
if you are in an appeal, it's you're still exited.
Yeah.
And then maybe if you win that appeal sometime down the line, you will be reinstated.
That is correct.
What is the average timeline of an appeals process?
Well, Councilmember, we have had a significant backlog of appeals. As you know, we had paused exits during COVID, and then we had paused exits because we were making some changes to the program. In the summer of 2024, we reinstituted exits, about 85% of the families who exited have appealed, including those for whom we have actually a housing voucher. Um, so we had over 2,000 families in appeal process with only two reviewers. So we had a tremendous backlog. So now we're finally up to like 21 reviewers. The reason I'm giving you this long answer is because we don't have a clear timeline. What I can tell you is that we can process, I think, 70 appeals, a week. But because we were just not staffed to handle the number of appeals that we had and last year, that many families who exited and appealed last year are still going through the appeal process.
That's worth noting. And so the implication of that is we will exit a lot of families, and it may be years before their appeal is ever satisfied.
No, so now we are finally staffed up. So now again, we went from having 3 reviewers, so now we're at 21 reviewers. So we're able to as the last month, we're able to definitely speed up the review process, and we'll look at to ensure that families who may lose their continuation of benefits get potentially prioritized in appeal. A lot of these families also have housing vouchers. We want to make sure that people don't stay in appeal. They actually move into their housing vouchers because we have another resource for them. So part of this is really to help families understand the importance of even lease ups when they have their housing vouchers, but it's also unsustainable for the district to
I
continue
got it.
to pay
So
for the rent.
I want to be mindful of time.
Sure.
I have a few more questions. I promise I'm moving on, but this is important. So the notice of September 30th has been given. Do we believe that those families, should they have an appeal, it would be heard by September 30th?
So, Councilmember, it has not been given because it's contingent to the BSA passing.
Well, let's assume that language
Mhm.
passes. I guess what I'm asking is, based on your current staffing, based on current timelines of processing, is it realistic that all families in rapid rehousing that has received an exit notice would have their appeal heard and concluded by September 30th?
No.
And do you have a projected date, how long it might take?
No, I don't have. a
Okay,
projected
if you
date.
could follow up. I think that's
Okay.
very important, and I believe that would be really important to this committee. A few other questions here. As FRSP is time limited,
Mm.
is there data to show how long families and individuals stay housed once they exit the program?
And the units, you mean, from the FRSP units? No, we don't follow them.
After they exit the program?
No, we don't follow them after they exit the program.
Okay. Councilmember Freeman, 3 more questions. I promise I'm done. The proposed budget shows that the capital budget for DHS will increase over 100% from about 37 million to 77 million. You noted, Director, that there would actually be 107 roughly million for capital investments in the single adult homeless system over 5 years, which includes renovations and redevelopment of the Federal City Shelter, the New York Avenue Men's Shelter, the Naylor Road Shelter. What is the plan for housing those in need of shelter at these facilities as they are renovated or replaced?
Sure. So Naylor Road is currently empty, so we won't have to displace anyone. For CCMV, it's going to be a build first, so we'll complete the shelter before. It's going to be actually next to the current CCNV, so it's a build first approach. So that shelter will be completed before the other one is demolished. So they will just move the residents, and I think it's the same plan for New York Avenue. That we'll complete the new site before we close the old site, so we won't have.
So I imagine you imagine relocating
Yes.
individuals from one facility to another.
That is correct.
Okay, I'll leave it at that for now. And I'll just end on truancy. I think we are aligned here. I appreciated your very definitive response to Councilmember Henderson that yes, DHS is the right spot. I actually think OSSI is the right spot, but that's neither here nor there. I think we're aligned. I appreciated the mid-year report. I would just say this is less a question. Well, I'll ask this in a question format. The pilot is underway. A big gap that we are currently seeing is that there are thousands of referrals that no one is following up on. They're currently going to CFSA, who sees it as their role to investigate educational neglect, not to follow up with little Johnny about, I went on a family trip or I didn't make it to school for X number of reasons. So the thousands of referrals are being screened out from CFSA. This is no criticism of CFSA because I actually think they're on the right side here. Does DHS have a vision past the pilot for how you might support truancy work? That's one question. And would you be willing to work with this committee to explore addressing the gap that I'm speaking about? The initial screening of thousands of young people that are not showing up to school to figure out the reasons behind it.
Yeah, let me start with the second answer. We're very happy to work with this committee to really understand the gaps. I can't speak to it right now because I don't know if the referrals are elementary or middle school that we are not covering.
Elementary.
Like we are not covering elementary and middle school in our truancy pilot and so it's really only high school kids right now, especially because we believe in high school kids. Oftentimes, it's not a neglect issue. It's maybe a behavior issue. Parents are going to school assuming that little Johnny is taking the bus because the bus comes after, or they're walking the metro and they just don't go to
That's
school.
right.
Right. So, but we're happy to work with your
It's
committee
worth noting
council.
that same gap exists on the high school side.
Right.
It goes to court social services. Court social services is only referring a few hundred referrals to the Office of the Attorney General, who has said they will not prosecute or pursue truancy matters. So in both sectors, there is a need here. It seems like there is a willingness
Absolutely,
from
Councilor
you
Wu.
all to work with this committee, which is
Absolutely.
great. Last thing I would say, and this was asked earlier, is there a hope or a plan to expand the pilot in future years?
Yes, so this budget actually allows us to expand the palette. It increases our budget to 7.1 million. So we are working with, we will be working with DCPS, the DME and other partners to identify additional schools to bring into the pilot for next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Councilmember for being very generous with time.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. So I have 26 pages worth of questions. A number of them have been addressed, and so I think we can work our way through it. I will just put on the table now that should you wish, it'll take a bit for us to go through all of this. And I'm not asking for answer right now, but if you wanted at say 1 o'clock, we could take a break, grab lunch if you wanted, and then pick back up, or we could just plow forward. But let me get started on the truancy. While Councilmember Parker is here, the truancy pilot, I read the report in candor this morning and was impressed. There's not much there, and when you were requested to provide the report at this point, I actually had thought, how are they going to do that? Like, there's just not going to be enough there to do a meaningful analysis. And there's not really enough data to do something meaningful. 5 students who had completed the services, and then a bunch who are in the process. And the data about the ones who are in the process is a little more ambiguous than the ones that had completed. But just in terms of the staffing numbers now, you had 19 assigned, you reduced it to 12, then you were going to add the 7 back. And where are you in terms of the number of staff that you have today working on this?
7.
7. So you are authorized you have 12 vacancies in this space. And then for next year, the expansion of the pilot, it's adding 37.
I think it would get us to 39 altogether.
So it would be adding 32. So it would be 5 times as many next year. And then right this year, you're focused on 5 schools. And when you talked about what you might do for next year, it sounded like you were thinking about 5 more schools. And so I'm excited about the pilot. I am wary about the magnitude of the increase, given where we are. I could support an increase, but I'm wary about going from 7 to 39. So I'm curious your reaction to that. And I did want, and I don't want Councilmember Parker to think I'm a hater on the program and don't want to see it expanded, but I want to be realistic about how this is going to work.
So I think it's 37. So I think it's 37 position altogether that we'll get for this program. So we didn't reduce it to 9. So I think it was loaded up in the wrong bucket as an NPS versus PS. So we went through a reprogramming to make sure that we had 19 positions for this fiscal year. But your point remains that we have 7 staff out of the 19 that we submitted. So, and the numbers were preliminary. We now have more young people who have completed the program. And we have a lot of young people who are still in case management. We are excited about the growth. You know, we are working with the budget office to see if we could get our hiring freeze lifted so that we can hire folks to be ready for next fiscal year. So the new schools, we may not be onboarded on the first month of the next fiscal year, but at least because we are already in 5 schools, we will launch with already being in 5 schools. So we'll have a whole year worth of data for next summer with being in 5 schools since the beginning of the fiscal year.
No, I hear you on that. I want to be realistic about scaling up and I think I want to scale up. I just want to be realistic about scaling up. On other things, you know, before I turn to my list, and maybe it'll shorten again, but there was a conversation about PSH vouchers for individuals, and you said that there were 800 folks who had been matched to a voucher but not yet leased up.
Yes.
And I tracking this with DCHA's, monthly board book, and the DCHA monthly board book shows, I think it's 4,666 in allocation of vouchers for you all, and then 2,351 that are used, and then a number 2,700 that is the capacity. And I think the capacity relates to dollars transferred through an MOU. And so then the question, but looking at those numbers, it looks like there's about 350 who are not leased up, who could be leased up. It would require a transfer of dollars under the MOU to get up to the 800. But help me understand how that's working dollar-wise.
Okay. I'm not sure I get your question, Councilmember.
So the question is, you said 800,
Mhm.
but DCHA tells me that under leasing capacity,
Yes.
there's only 350, that you have 2,700 leasing capacity and 2,350 in used. And so there's only 350 under the leasing capacity, not 800.
So I don't know what that means by leasing capacity. In terms of dollar amount, I don't know what that means.
It's related to dollar amount and it's related to transfers under the MOU. It looks like you want to.
If you have-
Yeah, if I'm getting the question right, so we have been funding the MOA incrementally this year, just as a result of overall spending pressures, but the MOA with DCHA is currently at 50 million.
Yeah.
They have spent 41 million to date, and we're in the process of adding funds.
Right.
We do anticipate spending approximately 67 million on the MOA, and we will be transferring that money to the Housing Authority. So it's not a budget issue that will prevent us from leasing anybody up or continuing this process.
a
And
cash
that
flow.
17 million is in your FY25 allocation. So that's a thing that's going to happen. That gets you to
Yes.
the 800.
Correct.
Then how many per month are being leased up?
So we can lease up anywhere between 60 to 80 households per month.
So 60 to 80, if there's 800 left, 60 would be what? 10, it'd be 13 months.
So Councilmember, his correction that 800 is just the singles. We have, yeah, so we have more families who also have not yet leased up,
Oh, so the 80 a month is singles plus families?
plus families, that's
Okay,
correct.
so then how many families do you have that are not leased up yet?
We have about, let me see, I think about a little bit less than 1,000 families who are not yet leased up. But just as you know, Council, you may know, when the families are master voucher, they are already housed. So they're not experiencing homelessness, they're exiting FRSP, but we have about 1,000 families who are 868 families to be exact, who have not yet leased up to DCHA voucher.
But they haven't been leased up, but that's really a paper process.
It's a
They're not
paper
going to
process,
move.
yeah.
They're not identifying a new place.
Well, that's unfortunately, that's what happens. That's part of the reason of the delays, because families know that they have a choice to move, as opposed to leasing in place. We do encourage families to lease in place as much as possible because it makes the process quicker, but families know that they have the options to move, and sometimes that gets delayed.
Okay, and so there's also a phenomenon of you working with DCHA on this, and there has been friction in the past. My impression is that you've been meeting with the
Mhm.
Director Pettigrew, things are going more smoothly.
Mhm.
If you're at 60 to 80 today, as the process improves, can you get to a higher figure?
Yeah, absolutely. That is definitely our goal. I think we're probably averaging about 80, closer to 80 than the 60. But that is a goal. We are committed to first one, we do meet every 2 weeks, and but also our staff meet on a very regular level, and then the things that can't necessarily be agreed among staff get not escalated but reiterated when I meet with Director Pettigrew. We are also committed to meet with him and some members of the community who have some thoughts about how we can improve the process. So we are working on different, parts of the process.
So as I hear it, 800 individuals, 860 families that are a different kind of phenomenon, 160 new family PSH vouchers. It sounds to me like if you could get up to 100 a month in lease ups, that's 16 months, that the tank will be empty at the end of the next fiscal
Fiscal
year.
year.
And that's your expectation as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna move to a different topic. Second here. So I'm gonna ask a bunch of questions about rapid rehousing, but following up on Councilmember Parker, and September 30th, the folks are exited from the program.
Some folks, yes.
And which means the benefits stop. Doesn't mean they leave their apartment, right? I mean, is the process that if a tenant stays in their apartment while they're appealing, or even if they don't appeal, then it falls to the landlord to go through an eviction process?
We're hoping that families pay their rent, council member, if that they've been, savings and working and they're able to maintain their rent. And if for some reason they're not able to maintain their rent, that they move to an apartment or another housing intervention that they can afford.
But there is a possibility that some number of them will stay in place and wait to be evicted.
I mean, I think that's, yes, but that's for any household.
Because this is a thing that we're, in a different committee, we're facing, in the pressures on the landlord community from non-payment of rent, which has a ripple effect. And so there is the challenge of people losing their benefits, but there's also the challenge of the possibility of rent payments being suspended and the landlord needing to deal with that situation. Okay, in this space, there's still, as I see it, 3.7 million in the budget in FY25. The proposed supplemental moves 46 million for FRSP in FY '25. What's that 46 million for? Is that to cover the payments in the balance of FY '25 for those people who are in the program today?
Yes, and many of them who have been exited have been in the program for many years, who are probably through the appeal process, that we continue to pay the rent.
And so then for all of those, there's 2,700 people who would be exited on September 30th,
I think
right?
it's about 1,100, but something like 1165.
Well, I think my impression is that there's 2,700 who would be exited, but there's 1,600 for whom you have solutions, whether it's DCHA vouchers or DC Flex or some other solution, but there's 1,100 for whom we don't have a solution right now.
No, I don't think that's correct, Councilmember. I'm not sure where you're getting the numbers. There are, out of that 1165, there are a number of families, that is correct, that have been matched to a voucher. We really want folks to lease up in their voucher, because there's a funding resource for them. But it's just 1165 who would be in the bucket of losing their benefits because they've been in the appeal process for over 24 months by September 30th. I mean, we do have other families who still in program, because until this week, we continue to enroll families in FRSP. So then there's another group who may have, been in a program for, who are currently in the program, but the BSc language would affect about 1,100, approximately 65, 67 families. So we can provide a breakdown so you know exactly.
Okay, so I'm gonna get to specific questions on that, but I think that in terms of cleanup, and then we'll get back to that. There were a number of questions about family shelter capacity, and there's 144 vacancies right now. I think we've looked at what is the past, experience, and seen that during the summer, about 280 families, I think maybe last year, entered family shelter during the summertime. And then there's only 140 slots. I think you talked a little bit about this, but how do you anticipate dealing with the possibility of not having enough slots for the people who come knocking on the door in the summer?
So we are committed to continue to provide a shelter for anybody who, any family who needs it, council members. We're working on the capacity very quickly, very closely. So we watch the capacity. But I just want to also just reiterate that it's a pause in FRSP. So the program's not going away, but we probably want open intake back before the next fiscal year. But we'll continue to help families exit shelter with other resource. So we still have DC Flex slots that we can allocate in HPP. And we do think that really encouraging HPP for families, because it allows them to really make a choice that's sustainable for them. As you mentioned, a family can get to 12 months. If they can't afford the rent, it's either they stay until they get evicted. Eviction does not feel good to the family. Landlord is not getting paid. We want to make sure that we really encourage family and support families into making sustainable choice, and for their benefit, exited from government supported subsidies.
I mean, my impression is, has DC Flex, I'm a big fan of DC Flex, but is it enough to carry these families over the line so that they'd be able to afford housing?
So this CFlex has a very it's a very effective and cost effective way to support families. Most of the families who are in DC Flex do not see a return into homelessness. So we want to make sure that it is a very effective intervention, and it's fairly low cost. So we will continue to match eligible families for DC Flex. They don't have to be employed while they get into DC Flex, but the expectation is that at recertifications they are employed, and we will help families make a choice that makes sense for them, understanding it's DC Flex or homeless prevention.
I mean, I guess I'm concerned when I look at some of the income levels for folks who are on TANF, and those income levels could go down even further in some cases. The stipend that you get through DC Flex, that the delta between that and what rent is in those income levels, which are gonna be, categories of people who you're seeing, I don't see how it bridges that gap.
Yeah, and one of the things that we really, so when we talk about families making a choice that's sustainable for them, it's not always necessarily having their own unit. We want to help families understand that they may not be able to afford a unit with TANF. We really are looking at innovative ways to help families make a choice. The HPP does allow either moving in with the host families, looking at shared housing while somebody is working on increasing their income to keep their rents or the cost of living low. Sometimes that's a more appropriate intervention for a family, and we can support a family in doing that choice so that while they're growing, when they're in TANF and growing their income because they're in educational program and so forth, this is to supplement and to be able to get additional funds in their household to get to a career that will allow them to sustain the rent on their own.
Okay, so and another one of the things that I think you referred to as potential stopgap was the roller, which is,
Yeah, so we have other facilities. Woolock is one of them. I'm drawing a blank on the names of others. I think like open or housing is one of them. So the Woolock is one, open up heart housing is one of them. We have a couple of sites that were not being used for the families that are offline, and we could reactivate them. Partners Arm, that's another site that we could activate. We have some sites that were originally used for families that are now in the single side. If we open East Street, we may see whether or not we still need to keep those sites in the single site. So we have many options that we can activate if need be after if shorter family housing sites become full.
okay, so I'm hearing DC Flex is one thing. Other sites that might be opened up,
Mhm.
another thing. And homeless preventive services. And what's the budget? What's left in the budget for homeless preventive services in FY 25?
Tanya, do
I
you have
think
that number handy?
looked
I
like
can look.
it looked like $280,000 as of April.
So for the next fiscal year, I think we have 7.5 million, close to 7.6 million for homeless prevention programs.
Yeah, but I mean the period that I'm most
Oh,
worried about
yes.
here is this year, which is
Yeah. This year we have about 1 million left.
about $1 million left as part of one of the tools that you have to address these issues. What is the role of the proposed 6.5 million enhancement to the continuum of care generally play in planning for this summer?
I think it's higher than 6.5 million, but it's just to continue to provide year round and 24 hours a day services in shelters. As you may know, before the pandemic, our shelters were closed during the day, so we want to continue to be able to provide um, is that the line item? I'm not sure. I want to make sure I answer your question. What is the line item you're referring to, Councilmember?
No, this is in the supplemental. There's an enhancement to the continuum of care
For
in
shelter
the
creation.
FY
Yeah.
25.
Right, so that's
And-
it. Yeah, that's exactly, what we're saying. Ultimately it's just to get to the level of spending that we are projecting for this year.
And in the past, and Councilmember Nadeau asked about this, we used hotel rooms, but you don't anticipate going in
No.
that route.
We don't anticipate going back to hotels.
And it's separate, but in my mind, it's been related. There's the reference to allowing families to be placed in congregate shelter settings. Is that also something that you're thinking about? Is if there's an overflow that's a thing you would do?
Yes, we want to have the flexibility to do that, Councilmember, if need be.
And And where would you do that?
Sure. So we're looking at Harbor Light. As you know, we have a precedence in using Harbor Light safely to provide services for shelter for families, and that's a site that we could look at for overflow.
So that's another piece of the puzzle is, but that would be after you had these other roll arc and other sites. It's only then that you would go to
So
that?
we have two options. Yes, for district families, it would be only used in overflow after the other sites are full. But we also, the BSA language does allow us for families who show up in IEP setting, meaning that the families who are not coming in for shelter services who are district residents, we want to have the opportunity, the flexibility to shelter them in a congregate setting, especially if we are nearing capacity in our other sites.
And that's how it had been used in the past. And so, and in the past, that, that was used in the migrant setting, and it could be used in a migrant setting in the future
Mhm.
in this way, where it would be congregant, not just families. Now the difference is it would also be for district residents.
It would be for primarily for families who come to seek shelter who are not district residents.
Primarily, okay. Okay, so here's where my 2,700 comes from. So my understanding is there are currently around 2,700 families in FRSP.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Approximately, I think so, yes.
Okay. And it looks like between PSH and DC Flex, there are funds for about 600 exit pathways out of FRSP. And there's 200 families pending lease up through the DCHA FRSP initiative, and about 700 vouchers issued and searching, and another 100 still out there. So that all adds up to 1,600 that of those 2,700. And maybe we're doing apples to oranges. So that's where I thought, okay, 2,700, 1,600 with a pathway out. And so 1,100 without a pathway out.
Mm.
But
Okay.
it may be that they've not timed out a big chunk of those, so that
Yeah.
on September 30th, they still have more time.
Yeah.
And that's the difference
Yes.
that I'm missing.
Yeah.
But you're saying that, say again, how many of the folks in FRSP who would be timed out on September 30th, we do not yet have a solution for?
So we are not committed to have a resource for everyone who's exiting FRSP. Council member, FRSP is used to end an episode of homelessness. And then while we're still working for that with the families, if there's another housing intervention that they're eligible for, but we've not been committed to providing a resource for everybody who's exited FRSP. FRSP is a time limited housing subsidy for 12 months. While the families exit, we work on with them to identify a sustainable exit path. But I wouldn't look at it for one-to-one. We are committed to helping families end the episode of homelessness, and that's why FRSP can no longer be a one-size-fits-all, because FRSP is designed for folks who will be able to maintain their rent at 12 months. That's where the benefit ends.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that, but I mean, the idea of FRSP is these are folks who have the capacity to get there, and we want to give them a year to get there and support them. And we want to pass the baton into something else, whether it's that they got a job and their income was lifted, or they got a voucher, which was the thing that they were going to need, or they got DC Flex and that was going to work, or they found a way to live with a relative, then that was going to work.
Yeah.
I mean, it isn't that we just want to do it for a year. It's the year is intended as a bridge. And so now that I understand all the financial pressures and it can't be not time limited. And this goes to conceptually, but the drawbridge is going to go up. It's not going to be a bridge. And how many people are we going to be able to get to the other side of that? There's a bunch of them who you've worked real hard and you're succeeding at getting to the other side of that. How many are there out there who you still are thinking, I want to find a solution for 200, 300,
Yeah.
400 people?
Right.
Where are we at on
So
that?
I don't know if I mean, we would want to have a solution for 100% of the people. What we do know that is the extension of DC Flex does allow us to, so the way we're going to implement DC Flex, a portion will be for families who are exiting FRSP in fiscal year 26, and a portion is going to be for families who are exiting short-term family housing. Because because again, we're not going to have a housing resource for all families exiting FRSP in fiscal year 26. So that's how we'll look. And some families will be eligible for HPP, and that does mean helping them maybe reconnect and reunify with a family member, maybe moving into a shared housing solution, finding, especially in those more expensive neighborhoods. So sometimes that's what it takes. So we are committed to helping families develop a plan that's sustainable for them.
Okay, so, I mean, there's also the PSH, there's the 156 PSH vouchers. And,
Yes, that's correct.
and my impression is that as this program has evolved, it has been conceived as a program that serves a different population than the PSH population. And permanent supportive housing is one thing, and this transition to getting back on your feet and independent is something different. Do you worry that PSH does it fit here? Have you used it in this context before as an exit path for folks
From FRSP?
for FRSP?
Yes, absolutely. Almost 100% of the families who are in PSH are families who have exited FRSP. So not everybody gets a voucher,
Right.
but 100% of the people who get a voucher, for the most part, are coming from FRSP.
I mean, there's also the ones who are coming from FRSP. Nobody gets a voucher that hasn't passed through the FRSP process?
So in some cases, if we see a family sort of kind of coming back to shelter like multiple times in the last couple of years, then we would potentially identify this family to exit shelter with a voucher directly. But no, most of the time a family goes to shelter to FRSP, and then a subset of those families who are eligible for a voucher may get a voucher.
Okay. And a different path is the career map, which you talked about, and that's 500.
Families, yes, it's at capacity right now. Yes.
And so none of the folks who are in FRSP now who would transition, it's not a tool for folks to transition out.
No, it was. So all of the families in Career Map are families who came from FRSP, but the program is at capacity at the moment.
And conceptually, the program is very attractive. I mean, it checks a lot of different boxes in trying to get folks to independence with a lot of supports and addressing some of the benefits cliff issues that Councilmember Parker had raised. Was there any thought given to trying to use Career Map as one of the tools to help transition folks out of FRSP?
So Career Map is we really like this program. It is an expensive intervention at this time. So we really want to wait till the 5 years sort of pilot and outcomes before making the decision to scale down. So the outcomes and the research will inform future decisions to scale.
So I guess I have the impression that Career Map, when you look that FRSP with case management is about the same price as career map, no?
Well, because families transition out from FRSP with, the families who are in career map are families who were before an FRSP. So in the base year, it's probably the same as the housing and the case management. But the difference between FRSP and career map is that we don't, we would not supplement the household income for a family who's losing their benefits in FRSP, while that is the point of career map, is to avoid the benefit cliff. So as families work and they grow their income, the point of career map is to replace those loss of benefits with cash in the household.
So base year, it's the same, but it's when you add the layer of the benefits cliff
Exactly.
issue that it becomes more
It becomes
costly.
more costly.
It also, editorializing here, I mean, everybody recognizes on FRSP that a year's not enough for folks to get on their feet. So the idea that it's 5 years and the idea that it's very focused on the benefits cliffs feels like that's the more realistic path to getting people up on their feet, which is going to be cost effective over time. So I guess I'll put that out there, and maybe it's jumping around a little from my pages, but on FRSP with the case management, when you look at the data to see what kinds of improvements in earnings that you're seeing during the year that folks are on FRSP, it doesn't look like the needle's moving. Do you see the needle moving in terms of helping people increase their incomes?
No, council members. That's why we're making some changes to the program, and that's again part of the reason of the pause is that we want to assess all of this. What we know is that there are families who are about 70% of our families in FRSP are also receiving TANF. There's an opportunity to maybe better streamline those services and really help families grow their income and FRSP. The training for FRSP case managers has not necessarily been to really, in terms of our workforce development, it's been usually housing focused and case management, where we want to make sure that we help families holistically while they're in our program. And honestly, better targeting who FRSP is more suited for will allow us to really help match FRSP to families who are more likely to be able to afford their rent at the end of the 12 months.
So, I mean, I thought that was the idea behind FRSP in the first place, was that it was supposed to be the families who are the most likely to be able to afford their rent after 12 months. But it turns out that it
Well,
rarely happens.
Well, because everybody, for the most part, everybody who comes into shelter is eligible for FRSP. So we have not, the only eligibility criteria was really if you were in shelter for FRSP, but that will change.
So on paper, at least in the way in which we talked about it, it was intended for people who were most likely to be able to achieve independence relatively quickly. But in practice, it was the path.
No, so FRSP was intended to end an episode of homelessness. So it was a progressive engagement tool. So we did, so at a time, it made sense that everybody who went into shelter exited with FRSP, because we really wanted to make sure that we had the capacity. We're closing DC Generals, we're building short-term family housing. And so FRSP was implemented as an exit path for any families in shelter. We are just at a different stage of, different phase of our homeless services, and is including our different financial pressures. So now we want to make sure that we do better target FRSP in a way that we had not done in the past.
So in our hearing with public witnesses, there were a fair number of people who came forward to talk about whether or not it made sense to have case management services as a mandatory thing, or maybe they should be optional in the FRSP context, particularly given overlaps with TANF where there may be case management supports. Um, and given the history of um, of case management in the FRSP setting, not increasing incomes. Um, and I think there was some indication that you guys are interested in a pivot to a voluntary model for case management services in the FRSP setting. Is that correct?
So, we are in the process of making some modifications for FRSP. So I would, and we are assessing whether or not there is an opportunity to opt out. It's not something that's been implemented yet. We know that it does, this is very different intervention, the case management services that FRSP is supposed to provide versus a TEP provider. So they complement each other. So TEP providers are not trained to deal with like the housing issues or, negotiating with the landlords and so forth. And while FRSP providers are not necessarily trained to really focus on workforce development and whatnot. So the services are complementary. They're not necessarily redundant. I think it's worth looking at depending on the need of a family, if one should be prioritized versus the other, but the services are not are complementary. They're not redundant.
And how much do you have in the budget to invest directly in FRSP and RRH1 case management contracts?
I think Tanya may have this handy, but give me a second, council member. So that would be 40, is that just for, I don't know if it's inclusive of rents, it's 40, close to 43.7 million dollars. Is that it?
Yeah, the total budget for FRSP in fiscal year 26 is 43.7 million. A portion of that will be for case management, and that would be intended to serve approximately 444 families throughout the year.
And about how much money is that?
I'm looking for.
So you're asking how much money is dedicated to just case
Just the
management?
case management, yeah.
Check.
For FRSP and RRH1.
It's approximately 14 million.
14 million. And what do you do to evaluate the efficacy of that case management? What kinds of steps do you take?
So we have monitors that monitor, like DHS monitors that monitor the providers. Last year, or maybe 2 years ago, we made some changes to FRSP. Then one of the outcomes we were looking at is whether or not families were able to increase their income. And our assessment is that even when they increase their income, is very minimal. So again, Councilmember, we're pausing a little bit on FRSP to review the outcomes needed. But one of the things that we want to make sure is that after 12 months, a family is really able to sustain their household, or at least they feel like they can sustain their household. We've also heard from families, including at the public witness, Councilmember, that some families do feel that they are placed or they are, supported to get into housing that they can't afford. So those are some of the reasons that we are trying to make some changes into the program.
I think for us, as we look at this, we're like you, we're looking for efficiencies, and where there's it almost can be a burden where you have 3 different case managers doing different things. And so does that make sense? Should there be some rationalization here, and where it is that we may not be seeing efficacy in terms of lifting incomes? Is that a thing to think about? And I'll just,
Yeah, so that is something that we're thinking about, Councilmember. I do think that is something that we want to have the options to implement in assessing the families and see what's in the best interest of the family versus legislating and now they're giving us this option. So part of what we're looking at, and that's what we're doing, the overlap to make sure that we know exactly the families who are receiving TANF and FRSP, but they are different services. We want to potentially provide an opportunity for families to opt out of case management, but a lot of the work, especially the upfront work that we do for families in FRSP, are not services that TANF providers provide, and also not all families receive a TANF.
Okay. We talked a little bit about Harbor Light and the question, the BSA allowing families to be in congregate settings, I think raised questions for lots of folks. But what I'm taking away is underlying that is the idea that you may want to use Harbor Light in a way that it's been used in the past, primarily for non-resident families. But that for resident families, you're looking at different solutions, including other non-congregate settings for those
Mhm.
families. Is that
Yes,
fair?
and then the yes, that's correct. But the BSC language also would allow us to use it as an overflow if needed after the other sites for all families, after everything's full.
Okay. I think the BSA says that, spells out that once people are terminated from hitting the time limit, that their benefits can be terminated. But it's also part of existing DC law. Why did you feel the need to put that in the BSA?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, I didn't catch your question.
So it's already the case that under permanent district law, that residents are not entitled to the continuation of FRSP services pending appeal if they're terminated for hitting a time limit. Why is it explicitly necessary to say in this legislation that residents are not entitled to benefits pending appeal? I think that the legislation that comes with the budget reiterates that, yet it's already part of existing law.
No, currently families who appeal, they do get continuation of services. So they get continuation of services until they get reviewed by our internal administrative reviewers, but they are receiving continuation of services.
Okay. There's a couple of different things about when things can be terminated. I think that in the law, there's one says the mayor can set time limits for rapid rehab for the end of exiting folks out of the rapid housing program. Another says everyone is exited after 24 months. How do you envision these fitting together?
Sure. So we have families right now who are in rapid rehousing in the appeal process, who may have been even shown other resource, have been in rapid housing for over 3 years, that we really would like for them to use the other resource. So at this point, it's almost impossible to have rapid rehousing available for new families if we continue to pay rapid rehousing for families who have been in a program for multi-years, who may have another housing resource and so forth. Because of the current budget pressures, we have to make some tough decisions, and really, this is one of them. So this BSA would really apply to those families who are currently in a peer, who have been exited and so forth, that they will have, if the BSA passes it, language passes, that they would have until September 30th for their continuation of benefits. We do know that other families who may exit in the future rapid housing, who may be matched to another housing resource, like as you mentioned, we have PSH vouchers in our budget for fiscal year 26. We would not necessarily want to exit them and stop continuation of benefits, but we may adjust it through regulations and allow for some time to help the family transition from an FRSP payment to a voucher. So I think that's the language that you may be.
But is the discretion given to the mayor, is the idea that she might have the ability to shorten it to shorter than 12 months?
That is not the intent.
So what if why wouldn't it be best for the law to say that it's 12 months, which is what it's been, but leaving the discretion to the mayor to extend it under different circumstances? If there was going to be a clear standard, why not that?
Just because we do know that there are incidents when the families may need more time, and it's also to the benefit of the families if we have another housing resource for them, that they don't experience an episode of homelessness, while we know that we have another housing resource for them. So, for example, as we mentioned, there's about 807 such families who are matched to another housing resource. They have a PSH voucher and so forth. They've been exited rapid rehousing, but they're still housed. If we just exit them rapid housing and they would potentially fall off and not be able to use our vouchers. But we really want families to understand that they have a time limit to transition to a voucher. Which
No,
nothing say 12
I
months.
hear you. I definitely hear you on that. I wasn't suggesting that it would be a hard deadline, but that the mayor would have the ability to extend past 12 months, but not shorter than 12 months. And
Right.
so I think that would allow you to do the kind of thing that you're talking about. I do wonder about the situation, and I wonder how often it happens where somebody is in an apartment, they have a voucher, and they have the choice whether to stay in that apartment or stay in that apartment until they can find another apartment.
Yes. They have a choice. We prefer that. We prefer families to lease in place.
You prefer them to lease in place, but if they don't lease in place, then
That's what
the system gets clogged. I mean, somebody else can't have access to that voucher. So to is there something we could do to uh at least in the immediate term allow that transition with the voucher to be in place? The person maybe at some point could look for another place, but not block up the system where we're transitioning from one form of support to another form of support.
Yeah, so I think so families have choice and they know that. We encourage them to lease in place because we want exactly what you mentioned, council member. I think part of what we want to maybe change in regulations is that they just have 3 months, so that there is a forcing factor to either lease in place or find another apartment within 3 months. Because since the family's house, oftentimes there's no urgency from the family's perspective to shift their funding on the back end, because they 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 sometimes think they know that they have an option to get to another unit. Sometimes the voucher actually allows for a bigger unit or more bedrooms, so they want to move. We try to counsel and educate families to say that you're not going to lose that voucher, but it's really in your best interest to go ahead and lease in place. It's in our best interest. We know it's more efficient, but families have choice. We want to potentially change in regulations, allowing families to just have a 3 months versus this multiple years that seems to sometimes exist.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you on that. 3 months, everything else that I hear about getting leased up under a voucher doesn't happen in 3 months.
Or it could happen in 3 months if the family does not move. It takes
No, but this is exactly you're saying you can move, but you need to move in 3 months. How often does somebody find an apartment, get it linked with their voucher, have it inspected? Uh, I, I wonder, it looks like, I want a forcing factor, but it looks like that's an empty one to me, honestly, because I don't see how somebody's going to do that given the timelines of getting leased up with a voucher. So maybe just require it, but allow people in the following year, like if it's a lease, if it's a 12-month lease, then in a sense, they have 12 months to find another place to pivot with their voucher. That's achievable.
Oh, the families can always move, council member. They can lease in place, and then if it's a year, after a year, they move. the vouchers are portable. They can always get another unit. So I mean, I said 3 months, and again, it's not, we're working through the regulations, and we're not stuck to the 3 months, but I think that's the language that you just mentioned in terms of allowing the mayor to just set a time limit, just speaks to that we want to make sure that we support families in transitioning to a voucher, but that they do understand that it's time limited. But a voucher does not require you to stay where you are the first year. A family, if it's just
At any point they
at
could.
any point, it's just like a regular lease. You could not break your lease, but you have a lease for a year unless it's emergency, there's a safety or hazard, and you can allow for an immediate or emergency relocation. But after your year lease, at any point, a family can move.
Is there anything in the law that requires that preserving that choice at the transition between one form of support and another, that you can wait until you find another, if you have a lease, that you don't have to just accept that voucher and then go forward, look for another place, but you've made the transition from one program to the other? Does the law require us to give deference to that choice?
So I think you're asking, do we have to allow families to move?
No, do we have to allow families
To stay?
No, we definitely allow families to stay. We want them to stay. Do we allow them to keep their old voucher where, under the FRSP program, where they're clogging up something else while they're holding on to another voucher that waiting to lease it?
Yeah.
And to allow them to say, no, I'm gonna stay here until I find another place and I'm not gonna transition my voucher.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we say, no, you gotta transition your voucher and then you can go and look for another place? Does the law prohibit us from doing that?
So, what? So that's a choice that we're making to continue to pay for them. They could fall into this, you're exited from rapid rehousing in 12 months and you don't get any continuation of benefits. Currently, we do use our LRSP allocation. So we do use the same funding source that would pay for a voucher to pay for them while they're staying and to pay for their rent while they're exited out of rapid rehousing. So then you have these families who are a little bit in limbo. Well, for us, they're in limbo. They're exited at rapid rehousing. They stay in their apartment. They have not yet leased up to a voucher. So it's a question of how we pay for them, whether we pay for them through the housing authority because they haven't gone through eligibility and so forth. They stay in their apartment that they were in FRSP. They've exited. We still pay their rent because we know we have a resource for them. We don't want them to experience another episode of homelessness. So I'm not sure if I can, so it's two things. It's either we exit them or we don't, right? So it's either we exit them by law, like what we're planning on doing in terms of not allowing for continuation of benefits after 12 months, but we don't want that because we do know that we have a housing intervention for them.
Yeah, I guess and I don't want to get too stuck on this, but I'm thinking we're at October 1 and there's a whole bunch of people who are exited
Mhm.
and you're not providing benefits.
Mhm.
And some of them are holding a voucher that they could be relying on, but now they may be in an apartment that FRSP is not paying for. There's a payment source over here, but they're waiting until they find another place. And the landlord may not get paid in that interim while they're waiting. And so,
So the
Mhm.
landlord is getting paid. So that's why we continue to pay their, for the families who are exiting FRSP, who have DCHA, LRSP vouchers through DCHA, what we do internally is that we continue to pay their rent internally with the funding that would have gone to DCHA had they moved to the voucher. So It's the big difference is whether or not they actually have.
So
the
it's
voucher in
just
hand.
on, it's just a question of on paper. Does that also apply for DCHA? The DCHA had their own vouchers and
Yeah.
we asked them to set aside a bunch of those.
Yes.
Do they
So
then?
that's different. So that's the piece where the families are stuck with, well, we are stuck paying for them in FRSP because they have not moved into the DCHA voucher, the 1,300 vouchers that DCHA allocated for the families last year. We're moving up, we're making progress in terms of leasing them up, but we still have a group of families who have a resource that we continue to pay locally. Well, yes.
And you will continue to pay after September 30th. You'll pay the,
No.
okay, so that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Is that October rent.
yes,
It could be that there's a setting where somebody has a DCHA voucher.
yes.
They want to find a new place with it. They're in an apartment that had been paid for through FRSP. And now we're in October and they don't pay and you don't pay and DCHA doesn't pay because it hasn't been
Yes.
finalized between DCHA and the tenant, even though it could be
Yes,
if
that's
they stayed in place.
yes, that is a possibility. I'm trying to see if I know exactly how many families still have not, but yes, that is correct.
Okay, so that's the thing where having gone through a number of hearings of landlords complaining about non-payment of rent and the pressure that puts on them, that I wonder if there's a fix
I
there.
mean, so it is a significant number who have not yet leased up, council members. It's about close to between 750 and 800 families who are in that bucket. Of the 1,300 vouchers that were as allocated from the housing authority, only 526 of them have leased up. So a big portion of them are in that 1,100. I'm tracking.
Right.
Saying now,
So,
but yes. Yeah, so
And-
so we are planning to work with the families to make them understand that it's in their best interest to lease in place. Because they are all housed, and it's gonna take a while, like, many of them already have a voucher approved. Out of the 1,300 families for whom we have a voucher, almost 1,200 of them have a voucher in hand.
I mean, I suppose that it's in their interest because if they don't do it, they're going to be subject to an eviction process, which is negative for them. I do
Or
think,
not, or moved before, yeah.
but the thing I'm worried about is somebody sitting in place and not moving when they, not formalizing their lease on the place they are and waiting, and then that strikes me as we should try to do everything to avoid that problem and if there needs to be tools to press for that, it seems to me that that's a thing worth doing. There's stuff in the BSA about prohibiting class actions for HSRA clients, and what impact would that have on the ongoing litigation? My impression is that the litigation's been resolved, so there isn't a class action now, or what is this doing?
I'm not sure that it does anything. There isn't a class action.
There is not.
No, I believe it's been resolved. And then, obviously folks still have an opportunity to appeal their exits. So due process is also still obviously optional for folks who've been exited. They can still appeal.
Right. And is there any challenge to the legal authority to say, well, pending your appeal, it's a pivot. Now, pending the appeal, we're paying.
Mhm.
But the law changes and pending the appeal, we're not going to pay.
Mhm.
Is that legal?
Yes, if the PSA passes, it'll be legal.
Well, I mean, are you concerned at all that it could be the subject of another legal challenge?
Well, I'm
I
not
mean,
an
is it
attorney,
due
Councilmember, so
process?
I'm not sure.
What's that? I mean, is it due process if you say we give you the right of appeal? We're giving you due process, but we're suspending your rights pending that appeal.
So the program is 12 months, so we're not gonna, so we're just gonna exit someone as the program intended after 12 months. So they can appeal their exits. And if the appeal, the exit is overturned, we'll reinstitute them back so they get their benefits. We're gonna back pay for any months lost. And I mean, we've consulted with our general counsel and gone through some reviews, so
And yeah, I hear you. I mean, it's a result of all the things that we've done around ERAP recently and the different things that we've been dealing with in the multifamily rental space. I do worry about that where we're not paying pending the appeal. Maybe the appeal succeeds and then we pay and the
Mhm.
landlord gets paid. Maybe the appeal doesn't succeed and the landlord doesn't get paid. And we've got to be fair to everybody in this process, and I think including the landlord. Um, okay, I'm gonna move to TANF. And there were a fair number of questions about this. I mean, I understand there's the two things. There's the end of the COLA, and then there's the increase in the penalty, and then there's the stepping down, or there's three things, then the stepping down over time. Councilmember Nadeau made the case about that the sanctions, that there's a lot of history and research about that the sanctions don't have the impact that that one would hope. And that's one thing. On the COLA, what's the justification for taking away the COLA?
so Councilmember, the TANF local budget was expected to grow by $56 million in the next 4 years, and it was just unsustainable. We feel very strongly in our 2-gen approach in allowing families an opportunity to engage. We have activities that will provide bonuses to the families the more they engage, and families have an opportunity to even earn higher than what their cash benefit is currently.
I mean, I hear that around the sanction, but the COLA, eliminating the COLA is cost pressure. It's not to change behavior. It's cost pressure. And it is a challenge. I mean, I know you're dealing with a really hard situation. I'm not trying to, and we're all grappling with a hard situation, but it is, the price of everything isn't going down. And it's this world, but there's also what's going to happen with SNAP, what's going to happen with other things. And so this is hard.
Yeah.
And it comes quickly, comes in a BSA. So how much would it cost to not have to allow for the COLA in FY26?
I would think between $3 to $5 million.
Between 3 to 5. And then on the sanctions, how much would it cost to not have to change the approach to sanctions in FY26?
Minimally $2 million.
Minimally $2 million. So I thought it was great when you were talking with Councilmember Nadeau and you were talking about, in effect, restanding up a working group to look at what are the best ways to do this. And I'll tell you, if I could, I would say, if we're going to think about how do we get this right, pause those things for FY26 and do that working group, as opposed to make the change and then think about whether it was the right thing to do or structured in the appropriate way. And I guess I mean, it's your budget and it's the mayor's trying to do a lot of different things and balance a lot of different things. And so I don't think it would be fair for me to say, hey, what do you think of that? But I think it's worth it for you to know and for my colleagues to know that that's a thing. It strikes me that that could make sense. It's not that we might not go this way, but that we take a beat in this year before we go this way and reconvene and consider strategies. If there were such a, and part of what my question was going to be, if we did that, would you engage in a working group? But you already answered that question. I want to pivot to a piece of that working group because when I talk about these things, I really want to see us connect people to work. I think that it's really important. I think the idea that there are folks who, for 10 years, 5 years federal, 5 years at least local, have been relying on these benefits. I think that's not a great thing, that we want to be doing everything we can to lift folks up so that they can be independent. And there are these different work requirements. I'm talking more than I'm asking questions, but it helped me think out loud. One of the things I heard you say in the conversation with Councilmember Parker was, it's not so much that the person has to get a job, it's that they have to look. But then there's the challenge of if they get a job, that they might lose benefits, and so they can have a disincentive to get a job. So in a way, it almost creates an incentive to just look and look and look and not get a job, or go to one training program after another and check the box, but not necessarily get a job. And these work requirements, they're here in what we're talking about locally, but they're also federal. And Medicaid, we could see this, and SNAP, we could see this. And so to the extent I wasn't part of the working group last time, but what role should workforce development play in that working group? Because it's very easy to say we're trying to connect people with work, but what are we doing? When I look at some of the numbers of how many people in these programs are actually getting connected to work and getting to independence, it's painful. So what are you trying to do in parallel here to meaningfully get people engaged in jobs, not just looking for a job, not just going to a training session?
Sure. So we do believe in a two-gen model. We do believe that helping families engage ultimately will in all aspects of their lives with their children, engaging in vocational, engaging in employment services, will get them on a better path. Last year, we did launch some improvements in our TEP contracts and whatnot. It's always been a performance-based contract, but it continues to be a performance-based contract. We are determined to really help families if they want to navigate their own sort of like job search, connecting them with a tech provider, and really working closely to identify what those opportunities are. We want the voices of our residents in the working group. So we're committed to looking at what all of these changes really mean and making sure that we provide the families with the services that they feel that they also need to get connected to meaningful work. But what we also know is that with the mayor's, grow DC budget, there are other opportunities to engage and be connected to the new jobs. And we want to make sure that we connect our residents with that.
Yeah, I just feel like, we're both on the Workforce Investment Council. And I feel like the importance of that work has been really lifted up. And I worry about a pivot to more penalties associated with not being engaged in work unless we're doing as much as we possibly can to help connect people to work. And I don't, it can't be that what we're doing, I think the numbers are like a couple out of 1,000 beneficiaries are being connected to
Right.
work. It's just abysmal.
Right.
But don't we have an obligation to strengthen that muscle before we penalize people for not being connected to work?
Well, that's why our engagement is not, our compliance is not just connected to work. Compliance is just about being engaged right now. So if the, and the Workforce Development Council, I look forward to participating in that. I was just kind of became a member. I have not participated in this current capacity, but we will not penalize folks right now for not working because our activities engagement are not necessarily just focused on employment. They are focused on engagement with their children, with the community, with helping them, get to some activities. So we have so many opportunities for families to engage that if families engage, then they won't see their benefits get reduced. If families get engaged, they can actually get more benefits than they have in their household right now. And that's what we want. TANF can only work if families engage, right? So that's, we are not penalizing families for not working or even looking for work. We are asking families to engage.
Okay. There's TANF local and there's TANF MOE, and the funding for TANF local is rising, but TANF MOE is going down. Help me, what's the difference here and why is that?
Okay, then you want to take that?
For the TANF grant, you have to come up with about $75 million of maintenance of effort. So the local MOE, we report to the feds because you have to have it's the same requirement as the grant. And as such, we report that to the feds. So the feds give us 92 million. The district has to show that they spend 75 million citywide on similar activities. We get it from around the city. We get MOE certs from different agencies.
MOE,
Maintenance of effort.
maintenance of effort.
So to get $92 million of TANF, the state has to show that they are spending local state funds on similar activities. So you have to report that as evidence that you're spending money. So we spend internally local funds on TANF activities, which we have to report to the feds as maintenance, and they have to follow the same requirements as the feds. The local part are for the people like over 60 months who are not meeting certain requirements, and the state is paying that. We don't report that to the feds.
I see. So the MOE is a parallel expenditure that the state makes to the federal TANF program.
Yes.
And that's a proportion that's established by the feds and changes based on that.
So it's fixed. Since it's a block grant and you get a fixed amount, you have to show 75. So we get MOE certs from DOES, from CFSA, from DYRS, where they provide, at the end of the year, I send out a memo and they provide and say, hey, we've spent X amount of local dollars on TANF eligible clients. And we report that together with what we have at DHS as MOE. If we report over a certain amount, we get an extra $10 million from the feds. If you get to the 75 and they're certain, I'm not sure of all the rules, but if we go above that, we get an extra $10 million.
And do we typically try to go above that in order
Yes,
to get the extra
we
dollars?
do. Yeah, we do it every year, and we spend. It has to be spent in a year, so we use it to pay out cash incentives.
I see. Okay. In this TANF space, in terms of like, if we were to try to take a beat and do the working group, then there's the cost of it. But I got to tell you, like, I've heard 5 different numbers. And I think what you said was the COLA, holding off on the COLA, 3 to 5. And the the sanctions, postponing the sanctions, 2. So that's 5 to 7. I thought the mayor said if we didn't do this, it would be 11, and elsewhere I've heard 5.5 million. So where do all these numbers come from?
Yeah, so they're all projections. I think that the district has not, ESA, we haven't, aggressively pursued, folks who are not in compliance. So we do know that that number could change. I think right now we have it as 2 million. So it just really sort of depends on, the cash benefit that the family, receives, and so forth. So number of people who would be in that bucket, what would be anticipated, the COLA would be. So that's what that number is. It's always
It's
just a
moving
range.
around.
It's moving around.
But your team's the closest to those numbers. So I think, and we'll work with you to try to understand these numbers, but it's making me think that we're in that those are the best numbers because you're telling me them today and you're the person who's the closest to it. Okay. What share of TANF recipients are getting housing assistance? Do you have a sense?
So what I can tell you is from the folks who are getting housing assistance, the percentage who are getting TANF. So it's about 70% of our FRSP families who are receiving TANF, but I don't think we've done this crosswalk for our families who may be in our PSH program. So I know, so it's because we have more than just one housing program.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason that I'm asking about this is again in this case management world, where if you're getting housing assistance, you probably have access to case management in one form or another. And if you TANF, you have access to case management in one form or another. And so how often are we in a circumstance of duplication? So I think you're saying to me 70% of our FRSP setting, you're not sure in the PSH setting.
Right.
Do you have numbers or a sense of proportion here? No?
No.
Okay.
No, I do
Well,
not.
we may follow up on that.
Sure.
The administrative costs are a big portion of the overall spending in the TANF space. What kinds of things is the administrative spending for?
So the administrative cost is like 15% of the overall block grant. So it's about 14 million. About 90% of that goes towards the eligibility employees.
To determine.
Yes, so eligibility determination, at least 90 to 95% is spent on personnel and the supporting operating costs. To claim that cost, we have to agree to certain cost principles, which we agree to with the feds annually. So it's used for like salaries, printing notices, training of these employees, that kind of stuff.
And when TANF dollars get used in different kinds of ways, but are there ways to further leverage the federal TANF dollars? My sense is that we may have some underspending of federal TANF dollars.
No, we actually don't get enough admin. The admin is insufficient. So what we have to do is every year we have to pool it, and we do something called a random moment sample, where we send emails to the employees randomly and they have to say what you're doing, because the feds will not allow us to draw any cent over and above the time, but they would not pay for any time over and above the time spent on TANF activities.
So I think I was shown a number that it was like 22 million in administrative costs. And I guess I'm hearing you say that 14 of it might be from the federal dollars. And then it sounds like some portion of it's local.
So no, it wouldn't be 20, not for TANF. The max they can do is 14. It's 50% of the block grant, which is about $92 million, 88 to $92 million.
Okay, and is there any underspending of the TANF block grant overall?
No. No, we use all of it. We have occasional carryover, but all of it is used.
And how much carryover did you have between FY '24 and FY '25?
It varies. It could be 5 and 10 because, or even some more because we have to close the grant or do a reconciliation carryover, but then it's loaded back. Usually it's used for cash.
And then at the end of FY '25, are you anticipating having carryover that you're going to bring into FY '26?
Yes, we already budgeted. We do a projection and we budgeted. So if you look at the cash line for 26, there's about carryover we anticipate having from the 25 grant.
So it sounds like we're like having $10 million cushion that goes from one year to the next year.
It's not really a cushion. If we don't have it, it means the cash line is going to be short. So we actually depend on that to keep the cash line open.
So you have to have cash line at a certain percentage of the,
It's based on the number of clients we have. We budget that using, so the cash line will be a combination of local MOE, and the TANF grant itself.
okay. Give me just a second. All right, just I'm testing my memory of what's been covered by me and what's been covered by other people. And I mean, what, this may have been covered, but in terms of when the sanctions, the current 6% sanction, the future 25% sanction, how long does a person need to have been non-compliant before that sanction kicks in?
It's 4 weeks in the books, but we do a lot of outreach before to make sure that the families understand.
And what about how long do they need to be non-compliant before program exit?
60 months. I mean, they won't exit, out of TANF for non-compliance. There's just a penalty.
It's just the penalty.
Yes.
I think, one of the questions, and Councilmember Nadeau said sanctions don't work and was pretty emphatic that no research supports the idea that sanctions work. Are you familiar with any research that says that sanctions work?
So Councilmember, we had to make trade-offs in this budget, and we really prefer incentivizing families engaging, and those trade-offs allow us to provide bonuses for different activities that the family does that allows the family to get more benefit than their regular TANF grants.
So, I mean, I guess I'm gonna, we had Councilmember Nadeau who that was her tack, and then we had Councilmember Henderson who talked about the program is unsustainable, and so you have to do something. It still begs the question to me of the reason, the rationale for sanctions is to get people not just engaged, but to get them on a path to independence. And it's not clear to me that sanctions do that. Maybe engagement over time, if you're putting weight there. So the theory would be sanctions to get to engagement, to get to a greater sense of independence. But it all comes back to me that, like, while we're doing this, doing way more to try to connect people to work is got to become a real priority.
Absolutely, Councilmember.
Um, and the 60-month, the 60 months in the local program, I guess I heard you say that 6,500 folks, and I guess you said that was about 50%. So do we have 13,000 people?
We have a little bit over 14,000 families who are currently enrolled in TANF.
And so half of those are over 60 months, which means that they have been in TANF for 10 years.
6 to 5 years.
They've
So
been,
minimum 5
they
years.
were federal for 5 years, then they went local.
Yeah, but we don't look at it that way. So for example, there are families who are receiving, have been in TANF for less than 5 years, who may not be in compliance with the federal government's like work requirement, but they would be looked in compliance in terms of a local program. So it's not like you taper off the federal government after 60 months and we pick it up. We pick up families who are, because our activities are wider than what the federal government even allows right now. So there could be families who are at their first or second year of TANF for whom, if they may not be in compliance based on federal guidelines, they're in compliance based on the local
I see.
program, and we're paying for their benefits locally.
Okay, so it's not at all that everybody uses up the full 60 months of federal. Somebody could, after a year of being on federal, be non-compliant, come off of federal, come on to ours, and so they.
Yeah, so we don't, and the program is not administered separately. So we just figured, so it's whether you're in TANF for 60 months period. It's just on the back end, we figure out who we can charge to the federal government and who we pay for locally. But it's not like you're enrolled in the federal TANF program or you're enrolled in the local TANF program. You're just enrolled in TANF period. And then these folks on the back end figure out what we can submit for reimbursement to the federal government and what we need to complement in local. So it's really, the reason we call it TANF local is because we have a significant line item in our budget that provides services to that provides benefits to families enrolled in TANF for whom we cannot get these services reimbursed with the federal block grant.
Yeah, I guess. So are there people who were in the federal program for 60 months and then they can no longer be in the federal program and then they get picked up by the local program?
Yes, most of the families who are past 60 months, about 6,500 of these families are probably 100% in the local program because we can no longer submit for reimbursement for them for the federal government.
So there will be a significant number of people in that 6,500 who have been benefiting from TANF for 10 years, 5 years
There are some,
federally.
we have the breakdown,
Oh,
but
okay.
we don't look at it in terms of 5 years to federal and 5 years local. We just look at it whether or not you've been receiving TANF. We
In
don't,
one form or another.
in one form or the other. Yes, we don't operate two different programs. We operate one TANF program.
Okay.
And
So
then,
do you have a table there that shows
Mhm.
how many
Sure.
per year?
So
Go ahead, go ahead.
So we have about 4 families only who've been in 10 years or more, about 12 who've been in 9 years or more. We have 2,883 families who've been in the program for 8 years or more. We have another 1,600, and I'm just rounding up now, who've been in the program 7 years or more, another 1,400 in the program 6 years or more, and another 1,400 who've been, well, I shouldn't say or more, who's been in the program for 60 to 71 months. So about 6 years and so forth.
Okay.
So we have about 4 families who've been in the program over 10 years.
All right, well, I'm glad that we did this, and I guess I need to look at that table because it's
Mhm.
actually a different picture than the picture that I was thinking.
Okay.
And But also it's not as simple as the folks who are in the first 5 years are federal. Some of those people could have not qualified for federal and they've been in for 2 years and they're in the local basket.
That's correct.
Okay. But there are 6,500 who are coming to the end of their 5 years in the local basket.
Yes.
And it's those people to whom the step downs are going to start happening in FY27.
That's correct.
And what I heard you, I think I misheard you because it's that if somebody hits their 5-year anniversary in FY28,
Mm-hmm.
then then in the first year in FY29, they would see the 30% reduction. In FY30, they would see the 50%, and then in FY31, the 75%, or am I not?
Yeah,
getting
so
that?
that's not clear whether or not, right now, it's for all the families who have hit 60 months by the beginning of fiscal year 27, that they will see a step down. I'm not sure if the step down will continue in perpetuity.
Oh, that actually, then I didn't mishear you because I thought
Right?
I thought I was, I mean, it would be odd if somebody in starts their step down in FY27 and they have a 4-year off ramp, but somebody hits their 5 years in FY28 and they're just cut off. But
Guaranteed.
I thought that's what I understood you to say,
Yes.
and you're not sure which way.
Well,
it
I mean,
is.
so as it's written right now, that is exactly what would happen. If somebody who gets the 60 months in FY28, they would be, dropped.
Do you think it was meant to be that way? It doesn't make sense to me.
So, Councilmember, we will convene a working group to look at all of those changes. And then it could be a different recommendation from the working group, but that's how it is written right now.
Yeah, okay. I mean, again, sort of goes to a lot of moving parts and understand why there's a lot of moving parts, but also you do want to measure twice, cut once. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, you said I need to look at that table, but I guess if I looked at the table that you had, it would show me how many, if it's how many families currently are in their 4th year of local TANF.
Oh, so I don't know if I have that table. I'm sure that you wanted to know how many families are over 60 months. I'm not sure if I have a breakdown of how many families are in each. But I'm sure we can get that for you. I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
currently have
I'm wondering, okay, we have 6,500
Mhm.
this year. And in FY28, there are a certain number of folks who cross their 4-year anniversary. And so next year they're gonna, unless we find another solution for them, they're gonna hit that 60 months. And that's a noble number of how many are in that pipeline.
Right. Yeah, so we can look at that. So I think what I think I'm hearing you say is the number of families who would be miss the 5-year in fiscal 27, that it would allow them to step down, but then 1 year later they would drop automatically, they would fall off. So that's the number that you're trying to, almost
Yeah.
a cohort that would be the most impacted because they would be dropping.
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
And I'm looking for how's this going to play through over time? So
Yeah.
6,500,
Yeah.
big chunk that comes in the first year.
Yeah.
But then what should we be expecting? Because we know how many people have been on for 4 years and 3
Yeah.
years. And it's not going to be bigger than that number. It's
No.
going to be, it'll be smaller than that
Right.
number because there will be some people who, but what is it, what does that path look like?
Yeah, I mean, we can, it's something that we can look at in terms of if it makes sense for it to be in a hardship policy as well. I think it's about 1,000 families, council member, who are probably would be in their fourth year. And then makes sense to have it in a hardship policy. Have an opportunity to, to give more notice to the families who are in their fourth year, because obviously they won't have the benefit of a step down. That's something that, again, we're happy to work with you, council, and others to look at what makes sense for a hardship policy.
Okay, yeah, and the hardship policy, it's another advertisement for doing the working group and then making the changes. The hardship policy, you're gonna have to build the plane while you're flying it. And so there could be utility to waiting and then doing all kinds of things, including settling on a hardship policy that captures our values before we start implementing these changes.
So, Councilmember, we had to make some hard choices, and we really, we feel good about the fact that we have opportunities for families to receive more than their cash benefit in our 2-gen activities.
Okay, so we'll look at that. I mean, TEP is a thing that we've been talking about some, and I'm looking, and I talked about this, and you want to put more weight in TEP, I hear you, but it looks like in FY24, the monthly average was like 11 out of 1,000 work eligible TANF beneficiaries were placed within new educational or training opportunity through TEP. And so I understand the new TEP model has a family choice model with 3 groups, one for those who want to engage in traditional training, one for those who work independently to achieve their employment and training goals, and those who do not engage and are not meeting their work requirements and therefore subject to the 6% sanction. What percentage of the folks are in each of those groups?
Each of either, oh,
Either they,
yeah.
who want to engage in traditional training, those who want to go at it independently, and those who don't want to engage at all.
I don't have this data, Councilmember. I do know that the team probably tracks it. We can follow up with you.
And is there any indication that if the FY24 data was 11 out of 1,000, 10.9 out of 1,000, the FY25 isn't over, but is there any indication that our batting average is significantly improving?
So yeah, I mean, I can tell you the number for fiscal 24 on an average, how many customers were served under one program versus the other. If that's,
Sure.
yeah. So in fiscal 24, we had about 1,972 customers who were served under a job service program. So that was before we sort of merged the two, and about another 1,600 customers who were served under the education and occupational training program. So that we do see that number increase from fiscal year 23.
And in did you say FY25? How we're doing in FY25? We made these changes to the program in FY25.
Yes.
How does that look?
So I'm still getting that information. I don't have that information handy, council member, in terms of the improvement in fiscal year 25.
So, I mean, in terms of the numbers of folks who are exiting because of successful completion.
So I have, yeah, so I do have some number for fiscal year 25. So I think in October 2024, we had about 381 individuals who were employed out of the 1,300 who were participating. So I'll just give you the employed numbers. In 2024, we have 445. In December, 459, in January, 460, 467 were employed. So the numbers continue to kind of go up, for the most part.
Those are participants
Those are people who are employed.
who have become employed.
So
through-
they're cumulative, so they're not, so it's total employed, so, total employed
Oh,
currently. So for,
you- I'm sorry. So say 467 in what month?
467, so there are not new, placements, but out of the 1,800 families who are engaged, about 467 are employed.
Okay, and this goes back to what I
This-
was asking before about the different buckets, because the 1,800 who are engaged are a fraction of the folks. And so they might be in bucket 1 and 2, but then there's a significant number. Do we know the number who are not engaged?
Yeah, yes, there's another bucket of who are, choosing a family choice model, who are not engaged with the tech provider. And I don't have that.
You
number.
don't have that number. So, and the different numbers in the 400s, that's
That's families who are.
who are employed, but it's not adding up. It's not like new employments.
No.
It's the total employment. So 467 out of 1,800 is 25% of those people who
Yeah.
are engaged
Right.
are employed. What percentage of all of the people who are out there, that is, we don't know. That's
Yes.
going to be a smaller percentage than 25%. And, and do you have data on how many residents are exiting TANF because they're employed and have grown their income enough so that they don't,
Very little, council member.
you, that you have the data and it's very few, or you'd have very little data?
I don't have the data, but I know it's very few.
It's very
Yes,
few.
it's very few.
Again, it goes back to the
Yeah.
problem that we're talking about. So what about on SNAP? We have the SNAP Education and Training Fund, and we have provided 16 million in funding for this in the FY 25, and proposed to serve 1,800 out of 83,000 work eligible SNAP beneficiaries. How much on average are education and training participants increasing their incomes year over year? Do we have a sense of how we're doing in that pillar?
I don't have a sense of how we're doing that pillar. There's no, we do track how many customers are, eligible for work, but there's no penalty for, not participating in work. So it's 100% federal pass through. So we don't, implement any, work requirements in our local. There are some work requirements, we just don't sanction them.
No, but we have
But that
dollars
is
to,
the
in order to
yes,
try to
yes,
help
yes.
people get connected to work.
Yes.
And I just am wondering, we're spending
Go ahead.
$16 million to try to connect people to work.
Yes.
It's,
How many are we connecting to work?
yeah, the 16 million is matched at 50%. If you're talking about SNAP ENT,
Yeah, so,
It's asking how many people.
how many people, but so
yeah,
the
so the
funding is.
16 million
is-
is, the 16 million is after a match, is the idea that we get
So-
8 from the feds and we put
Yes,
in 8?
yes, it'll be
So-
along those
But
lines.
16 million is spent, and then the question is, what's the impact
Mhm.
in terms of helping people get employed and get it economically independent? And these are as much, there's benefit delivery and there's workforce development, and you could, would be fair for you to think, well, that's not necessarily like our primary thing, but it is, you're relying on others in order to get this done. And the question is, how's the needle moving?
Right.
And do you have a sense?
But
Do you have a sense of how many people who are participating in this program? 1,800 people
who are actually working?
who
No, I don't,
have graduated into work?
no.
Do you have a sense of how many people, how many SNAP beneficiaries are graduating out of SNAP because they've become employed and no longer needed or qualified?
It's a very low number as well.
Small.
Very small number.
Okay. Um, and I fear I'm looking at different questions in this area, and I'm just going to keep beating the same drum on, we do it here, we do it there. To what extent are we being successful? And and I think the pattern I'm finding and is we're not very successful. And it's not intended to be a criticism of you. It's just observing the landscape in a setting in which connecting people to work has been elevated. I think it's the right thing to do. I'm a believer in it. But it's also been elevated to have greater consequences, and we need to deal with that new reality, not just in the local TANF, but in SNAP and in Medicaid. So
Absolutely.
do you,
We can, I mean, so I may not have the data, doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but that can be a follow-up for you, council member, that we get you this data.
so do we have a sense of who does this well?
In terms of-
Connecting, who's doing it well, connecting folks to work so that they graduate out of TANF or SNAP and because of supports that have been provided. I mean, we're struggling,
Mhm.
but is there a place I should be looking to as a success story?
I'm not sure I have this answer, Councilmember, but I look forward to, working with you and the Workforce Investment Council, and we can really identify the opportunities to improve. I do think that as a system, we have some work to do in this space, and I look forward to working in that space.
So I mean, and that is in the end, the bottom line on this is that this is the landscape that we're dealing with is changing. And I don't know if it's the same working group. Like you're talking about a working group that looks at hardship exceptions and what's the best thing to do in the TANF side and what, that seems like work that needs to be done, and you volunteered to be, you want to be doing that. And then there is connecting people to work and opportunities, which is related, but maybe not identical. So whether it's in the one working group context or two, I guess I'm counting on you to try to work with the committee to try to come up with solutions here. Can we agree that'll be part of our FY26?
100%, Councilmember.
Okay. I think we've gone through the truancy programs. Other people have asked about it. Well, we've gone through the pilot program. And again, where I'm at as I look at all the different data is, I mean, I really thought the report was useful. And the report gave context for what's going on. And it's interesting to hear the different stories that are being told, the list of the different kinds of what are the interventions and what are the barriers and how does that express itself in individual context. And so I thought that was, and a thing that I thought was particularly interesting in the report is the difference in perception of the school and the families. So it brought the whole thing to life in a different way. And the families who said, no, I gave a note, and you can picture it where you can picture somebody misplacing it in the office or not, or you could picture a 15-year-old kid having the note and not turning it in. There's all different kinds of things that are going on there. So just the window into what was going on, I thought was helpful. But I have a very hard time seeing going from 7 to 39. And
You mean-
so
You mean
that's just,
FTEs?
yeah, and that's just, you know, that's part of my reaction to it. And when the talk is we're doing 5 and doing 5 with 7 in the first year where you're building the airplane as you're going, and then we're going to do 5 more with 39, it doesn't add up to me. So I'm not, I mean, if you want to react, feel free to react. But just transparency of how I'm seeing it. The other thing is there's like 3 or 4 truancy programs. So and is any consideration given to combining them? So you have the PASS program and you have the pilot and you have folks who come into the pilot and there's a determination they should do the brief program or they should be referred over to the PASS program. Where are they housed? Are they together in the same building? Are they, how's it organized?
So they are together in the same building. They're all
Mhm.
under our youth services division. So all of these programs are ultimately under the deputy administrator for youth services division. Just one deputy administrator. Her name is Sheila Clark. So the YSD has experience in ACE and PASS and all of the other youth services program. So they've been able to leverage that expertise, but they are very different, council member. While ACE is a lot of the referrals that we get through PASS, for example, they're community-based. They don't come just from the schools. As you know, ACE, they have to go through like the court system. And by the time the referrals come to us, oftentimes it's almost the whole school year or a young person may have gone through, the court system and so forth. The big difference between the truancy pilot and all of these other programs is that we are able to get the referrals from the schools right away after the young person has experienced maybe 10 to 15 days of school absences and intervention that probably still can maintain that household so they can successfully finish the school year. So while all of the other programs have some components of truancy, because it's a big issue with young people, this specific truancy pilot really helps identify the issues at much sooner and can provide a host of interventions that the other programs may not be suitable. Like, and the PASS program is also a very small program.
No, the PASS program sounds like a good program
Mhm.
though, but I hear you. The nimbleness of this program is an advertisement for it. And the idea that you get a referral and it takes a year, like doesn't make any sense. So I'm a fan, or I want to be a fan. I do think that the amount of data that we have is just not that much. And but again, there's a fan, and then how much expansion do you do in 1 year? But so how much would it cost to maintain your current levels? Would that be just maintaining the 7 FTEs?
No, we definitely want to grow past the 7 FTEs. Because it was a pilot, we expanded in schools gradually. So going to the next fiscal year, we'll be in 5 schools from the beginning of the fiscal year. So we want to use the summer to grow to at least the 19 staff that we need for the 5 schools that we're currently in. We have not landed on a number of schools would extend to next fiscal year. We will continue to work with DCPS, DME, and so forth. But if it was to be just status quo, we would want and not extend schools. We would want to get to the 19 staff that we have. It's a 3.4 million.
I guess, okay. So, I do, if you're doing 5 schools, if you're up to doing 5 schools now
Mhm.
with 7, why do you need 19?
Councilmember, the last school came online in, I think, 2 months. I think it's February. Like, we're closer to the end of the school year. So they just got a couple of months. So we didn't open 5 schools in the first, the beginning of the school year. As a matter of fact, the last school, the opening was actually, I think it was in March. We went into the last school. The implementation in the last was delayed because we did not have enough staffing. So the numbers that we're seeing, because the numbers are low, is also because although we have a presence in the school, we're not able to get the volume that we would, that the demand shows, because we don't have enough staffing. So we have pulled a little bit on the staff that we have internally, because again, it's housed in the same program, but we would really, in order to be successful, we would really want to make sure that we get up to 19.
Okay, and and the programmatic change that you would make is to expand to more schools.
Yeah, so I mean, we don't know the number of schools. We would work with our partners to determine how many schools and so forth, but yeah.
So, sitting here, interesting to sit here, and we talked about TANF, and Councilmember Nadeau said one thing and Councilmember Henderson said another thing, and so my job as the chair of this committee is going to be to find the through line
Mhm.
on this issue.
Mhm.
I guess it was Councilmember White chimed in to say he didn't think it was the right place. He chaired this, had oversight over this agency until very recently. And Councilmember Parker is saying, can we put more weight there? And you were, and Councilmember Henderson asked the question and you gave the emphatic answer. But Councilmember Henderson asked the question before Councilmember Parker raised his idea of that at CFSA, there are all of these referrals. And I think the way I interpreted him was it's a road to nowhere. There's a referral that's made and nothing gets done on it. And so I think he wonders whether that process of receiving the referrals might be housed at DHS. And I'm curious, it was probably new to you. A challenge that we have here is the one that you talked about, which is CFSA can be perceived as the bad cop, and DHS can be perceived as the good cop and helpful. But if you become the repository of education neglect referrals formally, do you become the bad cop and lose the advantage you have for the friendly approaches? But I'm curious your reaction to the idea that.
Yeah, I mean, my initial reaction, I think, is just twofold. I'm not 100% familiar with the process that Councilmember Parker was speaking of. What I do know is that what he mentioned is that the referrals come from two sources: elementary school and middle school. We have experience working in middle school. We actually have really good outcome working at Kramer Middle School and high schools. So we don't have a precedence in terms of working in the educational space for young people. I mean, children, really, if we're talking about elementary school. So I am careful of really commenting on it without having that full picture, council member.
Okay, well, I think it's going to be an ongoing conversation. He mentioned it to me very briefly the other day, and I don't know what sort of appetite there is on this, but it's interesting. It's also sure where the chairman is on this, and I think that, but we'll pick that up. The PASS program, it looks like a pretty good program where it's having, it's deeper than the pilot. But it looks like pretty clearly positive results coming from that program. And how's the budget for that program in FY 26 compared to the budget for that program in FY 25?
I believe it stays flat. Yeah, I think it remains flat.
Yeah, it's basically flat. There's a small decrease, just due to one position that was shifted out of it, but the budget is flat.
And where do those referrals come from? Are they coming from the school? How do
They-
you get
Sure, they
participants in the
come,
PASS
I
program?
think they come through the community. I think we have a referral process, on our website, but they can come from a community, from a school. They can be referred from, the families as well. So they are definitely much more, comprehensive in terms of referral process than the truancy program.
And is it, uh, do you get referrals that you can't serve?
So I think we get more referrals than we can actually serve. I think we have about 600 referrals per year. We serve approximately 400 young people.
And how do you determine which get served and which don't get served?
I would think that it's an assessment based on, the needs of the family. And then if we're at capacity, there's a waiting list for PASS.
And how many staff do you have in the PASS program?
Or it's, I want to say 12. I want to say that PASS has 12 FTEs. Let me see. Yeah, it's 12.
Do you promote it?
If we
Do you-
promote,
Do you promote it in the sense of, on the pilot program, you're working to create a link with a school and then you have a pipeline of referrals and so there's a proactive thing that's
right,
that creates a demand. On this one,
yeah.
are you doing things where you're going out seeking, letting folks know that you have this program and what its success has been?
I think I don't think we've done any outside of the fact that YSD is in the community a lot and a lot of, community engagements and they have, tables and so forth. I don't know if we're doing other just loud outreach. But we're very known in the community. So a lot of the referrals just come, but we haven't necessarily done any the outside outreach versus other than just the fact that we are in the community. We do have events, so we'll have a table at events where SD is often in the community, and obviously the information is on our website. But have we been pushing it up more through social media and so forth? Not so much. It's mostly by us being a community, hosting a table and informing people of our services.
And I guess is it like 50% of the people participate? Like you might have a referral and then about half those folks participate?
Well, we've had 600 referrals and about 400 participate, so it's more than a 50%.
And I guess I asked this before, and there's this program and there's the pilot program, and they're actually linked because there's an evaluation done at some point. Is this a person who's appropriate for the PASS program?
We do like a triage, yes.
So has there been any internal thinking about organizational structures that could be maximally efficient in this space?
So all of the programs are in one division. And as you see, and they behave differently. So the intervention, how we make how we get our referrals they come to different sources. But there is efficiency in it because ultimately the folks who are providing services in PASS or ACE or even to a truancy, these are youth services, youth development professionals. So they have the expertise of working in young people, and that expertise can be leveraged across all of the programs.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to turn to some other topics, and I think there is light at the end of the tunnel. So apart from TANF and the changes being made at the federal level to SNAP, Medicaid, and other programs, there's some significant changes in this year's budget to other programs that I want to talk about. And we had the hearing with OSSI yesterday about the childcare, about a lot of topics, but the childcare subsidy was an important one. And you all provide 24 million, I believe, for that,
Yes.
the child care subsidy program, but that,
From local funds.
what's that?
Sorry.
So, and that's been 24 million. It was 24 million in FY '24, and it's 24 million in FY '25, and it's 24 million in FY '26. Is it, there's pressures on that program yesterday when we talked about it, how that gets funded and how we serve families, and it's just an absolutely critical program. Why is it flat? Why has it been flat for these last 3 years? And are you worried about our ability to be able to serve more families when there seems to be pretty high demand?
So our process, which childcare council member, is that we help determine eligibility for childcare through our service centers, but we don't implement the childcare program.
You don't implement it, but I think it's like 110 million that will get spent in FY '25 on that program. 24 million of it comes from you. And I don't know why it comes from you. Is it come from a different pot of money that passes through you and you can take a piece of it and send it on? Sure.
Originally, the funding came from the TANF block grant. We got to a point where the grant just couldn't cover all the costs and activities we had. So we got an enhancement of $24 million of local funding for childcare.
So is it a historical remnant that it had come through TANF and so then TANF stopped doing it, so they've sent the money to you and then you sent
No,
it
we've
to us?
always since I've been there, we've always sent that money. And I'm
But
not
why wouldn't it go directly to OSSI? If it's local dollars, why does it go through you?
well, I think it's because, I wouldn't speak programmatically, but I think they're serving TANF clients. So that's why we were sending it off. Initially, the grant was $36 million, and then it was reduced to $24 million to match. For what reason, I'm not quite sure. But it originally was 36. It was paid directly off of the grant, and they were serving TANF eligible clients. They were serving DHS clients.
Right.
When there was insufficient money on the block grant, the mayor invested funding $36 million of local, and over time that was reduced. So it's just the funding is a flat budget we have, and that's what we keep sending.
Yeah, and it goes to, were you about to say something?
No, I was just going to agree. It's historical. At this point, OSSI receives multiple different funding streams. This is one of them, but it is historical.
It's just the momentum of it used to be because it came out of the block grant and so then it passes through. And we're hearing a fair amount of this in different places, and I've heard it from you during the course of the day. No, nothing changed. It moved from one line to another, or it moved from being buried inside of one line to having its own line. I don't know that I think what matters is that we have enough money in this pot, but if it's not coming out of the TANF block grant, why it doesn't just go directly to OSSI, I don't know.
And I think also we use it as maintenance of effort also. So,
You use it as
maintenance of effort because you're serving TANF eligible clients also.
Oh, so it counts for you.
Yes, as maintenance of effort.
So it's not TANF dollars.
It's not TANF,
but
it's
it's
local
meeting, but it's meeting.
Yes.
It's local dollars used to meet a federal requirement that if it went through OSSI, you couldn't count it in that column.
We could count it, but I think it's part of the TANF program. Because remember, the director said TANF is composed of the block grant and local funding.
I see.
And this is part considered, the TANF program is considered of local and federal funding.
Okay. All right. And so the 24 million, you would want a number there that helps you achieve your maintenance.
Correct.
And that's that's the imperative for the dollars that come through you is to check that box, and 24 million helps you check that box.
It helps us check it. Also, it allows the DHS to set the conditions under which it could be used since it's part of the TANF program. It has to be used on TANF eligible clients.
Who there will be, get the beneficiaries of the childcare subsidy, a significant number of them are going to be
Yeah,
TANF
and
eligible
yeah,
clients.
and DHS is also the state recipient of the grant, so it just gives them some control, I guess.
Okay. Um, Okay, so, I mean, there have been some questions, and you spoke to this about the burial assistance funding, and um, how many folks have gotten burial assistance in FY '25?
Very little, council member. Let me see if we have the actual number. We have that number?
Year to date, we've received 300 applications and 116 customers have been
Yeah.
approved.
And so how much of what was allocated, I think we're underspending in this space, but how much of what was allocated in FY '25 has been spent so far?
The budget was $438,000. I think so far we've only spent about 32,000 of that.
32,000?
438 was the budget, was
Yeah.
allocation. We've only spent about 33,000.
30, so, but
To
then
date.
it's 160 folks who have been approved, so 160 folks,
116.
116. So what is that, like $300 a person?
Is it $1,000? I think the maximum is $1,000 per person.
Mm,
Yeah,
Is there a reason that we went straight to zeroing it out? I mean, if that's the number, why wouldn't, if I understand you wouldn't put 438 in there again, but why wouldn't you put
just because
100?
in terms of efficiency, council member, we've hit, like, this budget allows DHS to really focus on core mission. Burial assistance is definitely a need to the district. It does not necessarily fall into DHS's core mission. So that's one of the trade-offs that we're making in this budget.
Did anybody think about, is there a different place it should be? I mean, I practiced in the trust and estates area a little and
Mhm.
been a guardian and a mediator, and like it's a hard time for folks, and then they're trying to figure out
Mhm.
how do they treat their relative with dignity,
Mhm.
having a place where we help people in that difficult moment seems like a good thing to me. I hear you. It's not your core mission, and your core mission is challenging enough, but did anybody give any thought to maybe there's a different place it goes?
I mean, I really can speak to what other agencies have the capacity to take on, council member, but in terms of the trade-offs we had to make, in terms of focusing on a core mission, this felt like it's difficult to administer and it's not very very utilized.
Okay. On DC supplemental SNAP, with it brings the minimum SNAP benefit to $30 and was funded flat from FY '25 to FY '26, I guess $1,155,000. Is that right? How many people are receiving the supplemental SNAP funding in FY '25?
I believe it's Is this the full SNAP or just local? I think it's 140,000. No. Yeah, I don't know if I have the number for the local SNAP supplement only. But yeah, I don't think, yeah.
And who are we talking about? What, do you have a sense of the average age of our SNAP beneficiaries? 'Cause one of the things that is sometimes here is that this is very heavily a program that's relied on by seniors.
It's definitely families who are receiving TANF with children. It's individuals, senior, including seniors. I don't know if we have an average age. I think we have about 9,000 families who are monthly under local supplement, SNAP supplement. 9,000 families.
I mean, but did you say there were 130,000?
We have about, our caseload is 86,000 households who are receiving SNAP.
So, and 9,000 of them are families.
Yes.
So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if,
No, 9,000 or no, 9,000 under local. Yeah, I mean, because the majority are seniors, but I don't know if that means that just 9,000 or only 9,000 are families. But we have the answer. Yeah, if you have the answer.
I can share some, the data on this. So, we, about 34.5% of our SNAP customers are, children. And so that represents about 48,000, a little more than 48,000. For seniors, it's 18.2%. And so that's about 25,000, seniors. And then the adults comprise the rest. And so that's about 47.3% or 66,000.
okay, so the idea, I mean, it is a thing that seniors rely on and it may be, but it's not dominantly seniors. It's dominant. Okay. Error rates, and Councilmember Henderson went through this with you. The budget table shows a $1 million cut to eligibility determination services. How does that square with trying to bring down error rates?
The $1 million is due to vacancy savings combined, just see. Oh, it's due to vacancy savings, and we got during the pandemic 2 grants that are about to expire, so there was less carryover to budget on those grants.
So it shouldn't result in a decrease in capacity in that division because it's vacancy savings.
I'll let the program answer that. I'm just, from a finance aspect, I'm just telling you.
I mean, we want error rates down. Everybody, Councilmember Henderson walked through why it is that it's so many different ways in which it's important that error rates come down. And so you'd hate to see a cut in a place that is implicated by error rates.
So we did set aside money. There's a non-lapsing fund that that was put into the BSA 2 years ago, where if there's a surplus within DHS, we can replenish that fund so that the funding could be reinvested into SNAP to cover the error rate.
To cover the penalties related to the error rate.
Not the penalty, the reinvestment. So when you have an error rate and you get a penalty, you get a choice where you could reinvest half of it. The state has to come up with that money.
Yeah.
You can't use federal. So what we've done is set up a non-lapsing SNAP reinvestment fund where we put money at the end of the year. So once the reinvestment plan is approved by the feds, the funding is sitting to begin that reinvestment.
And that may bolster the staffing in the eligibility services division.
But
Maybe.
I don't know what FNS is going to agree to, if it's staffing, if it's technology. but I'll let the director speak more to that because the plan is yet to be developed. It's going through the approval process.
from last year.
Yeah, FNS takes kind of long to approve stuff sometimes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think your question was more of a personnel, whether
Right.
or not we'd be able to kind of hire the personnel needed to process. I'll let Tanya speak to the.
Yeah. So we haven't reduced any staff, but I think as Hayden was referencing, we did take some pretty deep vacancy savings. And this has meant that we have pretty limited ability to hire as we're in a hiring freeze now. And that's, it's something that we recognize it's an issue. Ideally, we would like to, get that hiring started again in fiscal year 26. We're going to have somewhat limited ability to do that, but we do have some vacancies for eligibility staff that we would love to be able to fill. It does mean
Still,
we
that
need
you
to
left
keep.
behind some vacancies.
Mhm. I'm sorry.
You left behind some, but you had vacancy savings, but you left behind some.
A
savings.
very
Okay.
small amount. So basically, the budget that we have available for going into fiscal year 26 only gives us a very, very small amount to do some hiring and potentially some strategic use of overtime. Both of those things could help us on the eligibility side.
Yeah. I mean, I hear you on the mechanics of that, where we have too high of an error rate, we're committed to doing reinvestment, and so we put money aside, but it almost like our budget almost relies on funding that comes from a penalty for noncompliance, like to get out of that box so that we don't have the error, right? Councilmember Henderson, I think, went over this territory pretty thoroughly. I'm going to do one last thing in the SNAP. Well, in this one last thing in the SNAP area, um, we have the stolen cards, and I don't know, was it like $3.25 million that we have to pay to reimburse for stolen cards? Is that, what does it look like stolen cards are going to cost us in FY25, and how are we dealing with it in FY26?
So year to date, we've paid out $1.7 million in stolen benefits. So we've actually improved our process of helping residents safeguard their benefits. So each month, the stolen benefit amount actually decreases. But right now, we are our year-to-date stolen benefits reimbursement is up to $1.7 million.
So, but 1.7, if it's year to date, like today, then that's 8 months, and we have 4 months left. So it would be 2.5 million if we stayed on the same kind of trajectory. But that's where you think we are now.
Yes.
And then, so, actually, the 3.25 million is not how much we've lost. It would be, it goes to the solution, which is cards with chips in them so that they can't be stolen. That I think it would cost $3.25 million to do that conversion, and then $600,000 a year in increased costs. So it does seem like one where how hard are you looking at if one those are prices that I think we've heard, but how much have you investigated what it would cost? Have you gone to various vendors to try to get a sense? Because it does seem like if we're reimbursing 2.5 million, and let's just say over the financial plan, if that's the trajectory we're on, that's $10 million over the financial plan. If it's 3.25 for 1 year and then $600,000 a year for the next years, that's $5 million. We just saved $5 million over the financial plan. That seems pretty compelling to me. So how much thought is being given to trying to do that? And how much effort is going in to try to get a better price? Because it seems like a high price to me, honestly.
Tanya answered it.
It is definitely something that we're looking very seriously at. This is also something where this would be a good way to leverage federal funds, because some of this would be covered, 50% of this would be covered by federal funds. So we think it's definitely something we would love to move in the direction of. There are a few jurisdictions that have already implemented chip cards. We're looking at that very seriously. We talk to the other jurisdictions as well and are looking to see how this is going. Right now, we don't have the local funds available, so it's going to be a matter of whether that is something we're able to do at some point, but we are looking at it and exploring it very, very seriously.
So if it's matching funds, is it matching funds out of a pot that's already been spoken for? Or if you decided to do this and it actually costs 3.2, so let's just say 3.2, that if we found 1.6 in local dollars, that you would automatically be able to get 1.6 in federal and we could do it? Or is it that you would use some of the federal dollars that get used in lots of different ways, and so it would displace something else?
Are you asking if it would displace something else for us?
Yeah.
No. It would not displace something else for us in terms of the federal investment.
And us being DHS, and then broader, us being the city?
Yeah, us, right.
So the real cost of it and the increase, the $600,000 a year, would that also be split with a match with the feds?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So the cost of doing this, even if these prices are right, it isn't. So how much has been allocated? We paid 1.7 million so far. How much is in the FY25 budget to pay for stolen cards?
It's not in our budget, Councilmember.
So it's just something that you find money for.
Yes.
And the track record of how much we've been paying over the years is, if I'm projecting that it's going to be 2.5 million this year, what's it look like over different years?
So we have seen a decrease lately. I just want to caveat that by saying we've seen the trends move in different directions on a monthly basis. At the beginning of the year, we were seeing a very big increase in stolen cash benefits, much greater than we had for a number of months. And so, we do a lot of looking at the data every month. We try to get ahead of this as best as we can. We have strategies that we're implementing, and those seem to be working. Over the last few months, we've stepped up the number of pins that we're removing. That's our primary strategy for prevention. That seems to have contained some of this, but I just want to caveat that by saying, this could change next month when people who are stealing of benefits change their strategy. So it is very hard to predict. We did spend a total of 3.7 million last year to reimburse stolen benefits.
Last year, FY24.
Yes. Yes, and the SNAP benefits were at that point reimbursed. So only part of that was local, what we were paying for reimbursing cash benefits. That reimbursement continued through December of this year and then has ended. And so now we're picking up the full tab of doing this. We're committed to trying to do it as long as we can. But we are, funding dependent. We are certainly looking at whether it's an option to move to chip cards. All of the indications are that is much more secure.
Yeah, so, if it was 3.7 in FY24 and in FY25, we're on a trajectory that looks like 2.5. Are those apples to apples? Is that for both, for all the reimbursements, or is that different? Is the 2.5 for just one category of reimbursement where the 3.7 was for more things?
It's total.
That's the total. So that's both for reimbursing stolen SNAP benefits and cash benefits.
And then the 2.5 that I'm projecting, the 1.7 that we've paid so far, is that just for SNAP or is that for SNAP and cash benefit?
That's for both.
That's for both. So the trend that this year is going to be better than last year.
We hope it continues in that direction, yes.
Okay, and then do we have a commitment that we're going to reimburse these benefits in FY 26?
We're continuing to evaluate how long we can do this. Right now, we're one of only, I believe, 3 jurisdictions. And really, we're the only jurisdiction that started off doing this very early. So we have a strong commitment to trying to make these customers whole. You know, these are federal benefits and, you know, but it has fallen to us. And so we're doing everything we can to continue reimbursing customers that are hit with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible situation. And so getting to where it's really hard to do and it's not happening. I mean, these are people who are the most vulnerable and then they get one more kick. And so doing what we can to protect them seems pretty important. But I guess I'm worried that I didn't hear a hard promise for FY 26. And frankly, in an ongoing way, it sounds like it's not like there's a pot of money that's sitting there. It's that,
Right.
can you find the money to do this?
That's correct. Exactly.
And so I projected forward the next 4 months thinking the same trend line, but that's kind of dependent on whether or not somehow you can find those dollars.
That's correct.
All right, well, this is gonna be a thing that we'll be back on over time, because it does seem like if it were 2.5 million a year, and then it's 10 million, but it's not 5 million, it's actually 2.5 million because of the match, then we save 7.5 million, or by moving to the chip cards and avoided the trauma to folks, because it's got to take a little bit of time to get folks reimbursed. There's a reconfiguration of 27,755,000 to the new 7525 FMAP budget line within eligibility services. Why is this? What's that change to that budget line about? And what will the impacts be?
Excuse me, where did you say you saw it? Eligibility determination?
This is in the FMAP budget line within eligibility services, and it's the new 7525.
So it's not really new.
Mhm.
What we've learned is that we may be able to claim 75% Medicaid for specific activities, but for audit purposes, we had to kind of delineate it, separate it. So we just took the same FDs that we had commingled and pulled them out so that it's easiest for us to identify the costs and, you know, get through an audit with regards to claiming Medicaid on it.
Okay, great. So during performance oversight, we discussed the need for expecting mothers to add their newborns to TANF and SNAP, including at the hospital. Have you made any progress on that project? Is there any funding in the budget? Have you evaluated what it would cost? It does seem like you want it to be seamless for a new mother and a newborn, or mother for a second time. But in any case, where do we stand on that?
So, Councilmember, this is definitely an issue that's very important to me as well. So the team continues to work on this. We don't have a better seamless approach. There is a form that newborns, families are able to complete in the hospital to add their newborn in to receive TANF. To add the newborn to their household. But we do know it's not a seamless process. I am continuing to work with the team to really identify how we can improve that process. It's not yet where we like for it to be, so I don't have an update that's honestly satisfactory, but this is something that we'll continue to actively work on.
Okay, so I think I've come to the end of my list and and there isn't anybody else, so we're there. In the questions, there's a whole bunch about how many vouchers there are here, what is the pace of doing this, and I think we got our arms around that pretty well during this conversation, but I do want to reserve the right to come back. And so I do want to recess. We have a hearing held for next Thursday. I think it's 10 o'clock. I hope we don't have to do it. Like, I hope that we get the questions, the answers soon and review it. And to the extent that there are any questions, they become part of the record. And so everybody will have the chance to see them. And to the extent that there's any questions, hopefully they'll be modest and we can just deal with it and not have to do anything more. But for now, I'm gonna recess this hearing with the potential of reconvening next Thursday, but the hope of not doing it. So with that, I recess this hearing. The time is now 2:39 on Friday, June 5th. Nope. Thursday, June 5th. So, all right. Thank you, everybody.